Chapter 446. This was also one of the main reasons why Bergam and Petteru rebelled. The Dionia court was very popular in the Brudi, which caused the authority of the tribal leaders to disappear and may lead to the final collapse of the tribe. The temples of Kazinsa not only had the temples of Hades and Hera, but also the temples of Mara, the goddess of the Brudi plateau, Brutus, the protector of the Brudi tribe, and Hercules, the Hercules. Whenever there was a celebration, regardless of whether the chief executive was a believer or not, he had to go to these temples to show respect. This was also a strict rule made by the Senate for the chief executives of various places. For example, there was also a temple of Asinu, the god of the Lacanian mountain, in the Gramentum. There was a training camp outside the city of Kazensa. The Ministry of Military Affairs in the inner city was mainly responsible for inspecting and registering the tribesmen who could fight, checking their weapons and equipment, notifying and urging the Brudi on the list to participate in the training. At the same time, they also had to verify and count the merits of the tribesmen and cooperate with the city hall to give them rewards, such as land. This department also carried out some secret tasks, such as understanding the growth of the tribes, secretly encouraging the tribesmen to be independent, and so on. This was another important reason why Petteru and the others criticized it. The outer city was originally the area where the great chief of Kazinsa, Pinlan, forcibly moved the small tribes of the Brudi. After the Dionia took over, these small tribes were divided into their own jurisdiction and settlement areas on the outskirts of the city as a barrier to protect the periphery of the city of Kazensa. At the same time, it could also isolate the harassment of the city by wild beasts at night, such as wolves, and bring peace to the city of Kazensa. Now, the largest livestock trading market in the whole of Greece was built in the outer city. Not only the merchants in the alliance, but even the Silitinians, Trine, and Crotone people would come here to buy. The price of Brudi horses and other livestock was cheaper than the big markets in Turiai. There was also an arena in the outer city where rugby, football, and horse races were often held. The enthusiasm of the Brudi for these competitions was no less than that of the Turiai. They could vent their suppressed wild nature on and off the field. There was also a theater in the outer city. Originally, the Brudi people were much less interested in it than in the arena. In the beginning, there were even fewer people. Those who dared to open a theater in Kazinsa were very shrewd. They quickly discovered that the Brudi were not interested in the irony, humor, wisdom, and human destiny of the Greek drama. Instead, they were interested in the stories of the Greek gods, especially the adventures of Hercules, the powerful god. When he was a mortal, he used his courage and wisdom to defeat powerful enemies and obtain countless beautiful women. This attracted the attention of the Brudi. In the legends of the Brudi, they claimed to be the descendants of Hercules. As a result, theater owners began to stage a large number of adaptations of the stories of the Greek gods, cultivating a large number of drama fans with popular and straightforward language and ups and downs of the story. This also allowed the Brudi people to begin to understand Greek culture and traditions. There were also schools in the outer city. When it was first established, it was as unpopular as the theater, but now it was quite popular. That was because of the increase of independent Brudi people. Kazensa allowed the Brudi people who left the tribe to live in the outer city. The cost of buying land was very low, and they were allowed to live first before renting. The repayment period was even as long as 10 years. As a result, as more and more Brudi people left the tribe, most of them chose to live in Kazensa because it was the center of the Brudi area and so lively. The increase in the population of Kazensa, in turn, promoted the prosperity of the city. After the independent Brudi people opened their eyes, in order to better develop themselves and their children, it was natural for them to go to school to study and improve. Now, the outer city of Kazensa was almost full of Brudi people. The hotels and restaurants were full of customers every day. The governor of Kazensa even proposed to the Senate that the outer city of Kazensa should continue to expand outwards. Unlike the expansion of Turin, the expansion of the city of Kazensa meant that the more Brudi people directly controlled by the city hall, the more stable the Brudi area would be. Half of the soldiers of the 5th Legion came from various tribes, and the other half were completely from the Brudi people under the direct jurisdiction of Kazinsa. This was also another main reason why Bergam, Petaru, and Kadark rebelled. The tribesmen were like water to the tribe. Only when the water was abundant could the tribe's farmland have a good harvest. But if Dionia kept secretly drawing away the water, the farmland could only wither. How could Petaru and the rest just sit around and wait for death? The reason why Kadark dared to sneak back into Kazinsa was because the Dionia Senate had moved the tribes out of Kazinsa, so he did not have to risk being questioned by the city guards to enter the city. Kadark's tribe was located on the banks of the Kretai River, very close to Kazinsa. This was a piece of fertile land with water and grass, a reward given by the Devers for Kadark's timely return. As the Brudi area had achieved peace and unity, there were no fences around the tribe's settlement, and no tribesmen stood guard at night. Only hounds crept outside the thatched huts, watching out for wild beasts that might take away the cattle and sheep. Kadark would come back a few times every year, but there were almost no hounds scattered outside tonight. This made Kadark feel relieved, but also a little surprised. He led his men around the thatched huts and walked towards the big courtyard in the center. Bam! 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 Who is it? Open the door. The great leader is back. Oh, open the door, it's me. Kadark. Perhaps hearing the familiar voice, the person in the courtyard opened the door a crack, raised an oil lamp to look outside, and hurriedly opened the wooden door. Great leader, why are you back at this time? Kadark did not answer and walked straight in. After his men came in, they quickly closed the door and stood around the courtyard, looking around vigilantly. Where's Vito Tyru? As soon as Kadark's voice trailed off, a surprised voice came from the front. Great leader, you're back. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? I could have sent someone to welcome you. Vito Taru walked out from the living room, his face full of surprise. Then the brazier in the middle of the living room was lit, and the whole courtyard was lit up. Kadark frowned, because the excited Vito Taru's voice was a little loud. Quiet. Get Duru, Gilrian, and Korik here. I have something important to discuss with you. Kadark said in a low voice. Although he had no choice but to live in Talii, serve as a senator, and attend every meeting, in order not to lose control of the tribe far away in Kazinsa, he appointed Vito Tru, who had some reputation among his people, but was gentle and lacking in boldness, as the chief of the tribe, in charge of ordinary affairs. At the same time, he appointed 3 clan leaders who were loyal to him to assist Vito Taru in managing the tribe, and important matters were decided by the 4 of them. In fact, it was often difficult for the 4 of them to reach an agreement, and in the end, they would have to send someone to Turiai for him to make the final decision. So, although he was far away in Turiai, he never lost control of the tribe. It's so late, why call them? Vito Taru was both confused and reluctant. Go get them. Don't ask so many questions. Kadark was getting impatient. Tarek, go get the 3 of them. Vito Taru ordered his subordinate helplessly. Yes. His subordinate was about to leave with the oil lamp. Go with him, Kadark said, pointing at one of his subordinates. He was still on guard. The 2 of them opened the door and went out, while Kadark led Vito Taru into the meeting hall. Great leader, what happened? Vito Taru asked, confused. Kadark looked at him and said in a low voice, We have to leave with our tribe by tomorrow morning. Why? Vito Taru was shocked. Because Syracuse is here, the Dionia alliance is about to be destroyed. For the survival of our tribe, we have to go to Syracuse. Kadark tried to put on a serious expression, but his tone was too exaggerated. We want to betray Dionia. Vito Taru's expression changed, and his voice was trembling. What betrayal? Kadark was enraged. This is Brudi, the place where our ancestors lived for generations. Dionia used force to occupy this place and took away our freedom. Now we have to leave Dionia's control, and when Syracuse completely defeats Dionia, we will take back this land. Kadark waved his fist and said hatefully. The repressed life in Turiai for the past few years had made him furious. At this moment, the flickering flames from the brazier reflected on his face, which was twisted with anger, making him look hideous. Betrayal is betrayal. The highest punishment in Dionia's law is death. A voice suddenly sounded from the side door at the back of the meeting hall, and a figure was reflected on the wall. Cotter heard this and was shocked. He subconsciously looked at Vito Teru, and the short and fat old man had distanced himself from Cotter with unprecedented agility. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 figures rushed out from the side room. The face of the person in front was illuminated by the fire. It was Helos. "Run, it's an ambush." Cotter was shocked and immediately turned to run back, at the same time reminding his men. However, the courtyard door was also pushed open at this moment, and fully armed soldiers rushed in. "Take them all down," Helos ordered coldly. Soon, Cotter and his men were captured. "Helos, I rushed back to deal with urgent matters in the tribe. You barged into my tribe's meeting hall without reason, injured my men, and tied me up. Hurry, let me go, or I will accuse you of your crimes too. To the Senate. And if you alert my tribesmen and let them see how you treat their leader, it will definitely cause a commotion. If there is a big commotion, the position of chief executive of Kazensa that you just got might be revoked by the Senate. Let me go and let us talk." Cotter's hands were tied behind his back, and he was pressed to the ground, but he still threatened. Chapter 447. "Sir Helos, don't worry. I'll make sure the people are loyal to the Alliance, and you and the Senate will be satisfied," Vito Teru declared excitedly to Helos. "Vito, you traitor." Cotter's eyes widened in anger. He wanted nothing more than to eat the old man he had always trusted. "You're the traitor of our Dionia. Our people are happy to enjoy a peaceful life under the rule of the Alliance, but you're pushing us into war." Vito Teru pointed at him and scolded. "Stuff his mouth." At Xylos' reminder, the soldiers stuffed Kadulk's mouth with a rag so that his anger and fear could only be muffled into a low whimper. Helos returned to the inner city of Kazensa and saw the cavalry from Turii. They did not catch up to Peteru, but they brought the Senate's order. Helos had already taken action, and the Senate's fate was equivalent to confirmation. As Helos approached the city hall, a Depagus came up to him and asked anxiously, "Did you catch him?" "We caught Cotter," Helos said gratefully. "Thank you for risking your life to deliver the message." It was a taboo to travel at night in the Brudi region, not to mention riding a horse in the dark. The most terrifying thing was the wild beasts that roamed the wilderness. Adepagus was well aware of this, and, in order to prevent any accidents, he borrowed another horse from Abyssinia and galloped to Kazensa with 2 horses. On the way, as he expected, the horse sprained its foreleg while he was dismounting. He immediately switched horses and drove the injured horse away from the main road. Who knew that the injured horse would return to the main road and be eaten by wolves, which made Peteru and the rest even more vigilant. Finally, he brought the news to Helos. After hearing Helos' praise, Adepagus did not show a trace of pride. He was no longer the lowly slave he used to be. As the intelligence officer assigned by the Devers to the Brudi region, the few governors of the Brudi cities had to rely on him to understand the movements of the tribes in the region and take measures to ensure that there would be no trouble in the region. Therefore, they did not dare to underestimate him, not to mention that he had the Devers behind him. "Has Hegesidas returned?" Helos asked. "There's no news from him yet," Adepagus replied. Hegesidas was once the leader of the West Ru tribe. After Dionia conquered Brutus, divers settled the Shalu tribe near Kazensa city and made Hesidas the inspector, intermediate, of Kazensa. In fact, due to his deep understanding of the Brudi region, he was more like the assistant to the governor of Kazensa. Many of the measures that were beneficial to the stability of the Brudi region came from his suggestions. When there was a conflict, he was the first to mediate. He became the powerful arm of the governor of Kazensa. Looks like what Cotter's men said might be true. Peteru did not come to Kazensa, but went straight to the south. Helos strode into the city hall. In the office of the governor, Hieronymus was waiting anxiously. He had just arrived at Kazensa this afternoon and had yet to start recruiting soldiers. In the end, he received a notice from Helos at night. There was a possibility of a rebellion. He was shocked and excited. He felt that he could finally be of use. At this moment, Helos, who knew Hieronymus very well, entered the room and did not beat around the bush. He said straightforwardly, "Katark has been captured." He admitted to the fact that he was preparing to rebel, but Bergam and Peteru were not captured. Helos said regretfully and went straight to his desk. There was a large map of the Brudi region hanging on the wall. Helos pointed to the bottom left corner of the map and continued. Bergam must have gone to the Ambalia region. He has been a leader there for more than 20 years and has great prestige. After Brudi merged into our alliance, they demolished the city of Ambalia. Devers thought that Ambalia was remote, barren, and could not accommodate too many people. Building a city was a waste of administrative resources and would increase the risk of rebellion. So after discussion by the Senate, it was demolished. They also moved the tribes there several times. Now, Ambalia still has a population of there are about 5,000 people in the Ambalia region. Even if all of them were convinced by Bergam, they could only gather about 1,000 soldiers. Adpagus, who entered the room, immediately added. After all, Helos had only been in Brudi for a month. He only had a basic understanding of the situation here. Of course, he was not as familiar with the situation as Adpagus, who had been rooted in Brudi for many years. He generously stepped aside and gestured for Adpagus to do the detailed introduction. If Peteru doesn't come to Cosenza, then he will definitely go here. Adpagus did not decline and went straight to the map. He pointed to the left side of the map and said, "There is a tribe under his jurisdiction here, with a population of about 6,000 people. If you want to fight against the rebels, I suggest attacking here first. Although this tribe is further away from Cosenza, it is still located in the Cosenza Plateau. There are other tribes living around it. Once there is a rebellion, it will have a great impact on the surrounding tribes." The key point was that it was also close to Clypecia and could escape from Brudi through the mountain trails at any time to seek refuge with the Syracuse people. This would cause a very bad result. Most of the tribes in Ambalia live around Lake Sisida, and some live in the mountains. It will take a lot of time for Bergam to gather all of them. We only need to block the road from Ambalia to Cosenza Plateau, and Bergam will have to brave the dangers of crossing the mountains to enter Cosenza Plateau or follow the rugged river valley to the east to Asprostum city. Adepagis confidently expressed his opinion in front of the two Senate elders. "Well said," Helos loudly praised. "I think we can proceed according to Adepagis's plan." Hieronymus nodded and said, "How many men will you give me?" His words were short, but Helos understood what he meant. After all, he was the chief executive of Cosenza, and he had to oversee the central city of Brudi. The mission of the crusade could only be carried out by Hieronymus. "Tomorrow, I can recruit 2,000 independent Brudi militia from Cosenza city. At the same time, I can gather 1,000 people from the tribes outside the city. Try to gather them by noon. Other than that, I can't give you any more troops because I need some soldiers to be stationed in Cosenza to prevent other tribes from being affected by the rebellion," Helos said in a low voice. 3,000 men is enough." Hieronymus answered and pointed at Adepagus. "I want you to come with me." "With pleasure, Sir Hieronymus." Adepagus replied happily. "Tomorrow morning, I will send messengers to Nipaetia and Vigo city to inform Sir Assists and Saru. While they are on high alert, they will try their best to cooperate with you in the battle. In addition, I will also send someone back to Turii to find the Senate to inform Sir Agathia in Asprostum city to be wary of these traitors escaping through the river valley." Finally, Helos stated his arrangements. The next day, Hieronymus led the assembled 3,000 reserve soldiers and marched south. Peteru's actions were fast enough. He had convinced more than half of the tribesmen to follow him and betray the Dionia alliance. He also sent people to the surrounding tribes to spread rumors, such as Syracuse's army has invaded Dionia's territory. The Dionysian army has been defeated and is about to perish. These kinds of rumors caused panic in the hearts of the people. There were even some tribal leaders who came to ask him for advice. He took the opportunity to talk about the discrimination and grievances he had suffered in Turii all these years as the leader of the Brudi tribe and the Senate elder. His eyes were even filled with tears when he talked about the sad parts. His words were exactly what the leaders were worried about. Dionia's deliberate and continuous enactment of laws was accelerating the disintegration of the tribes. Even Peteru, the Senate elder, was forced to such a state, let alone them. Therefore, some of the leaders began to consider whether they should follow Peteru to rebel against Dionia's rule. Just as Peteru rejoiced at the success of his plan and planned to build an anti-Dionia-Briti tribe alliance and set off a frenzy of rebellion against Dionia in the entire Kazinsa Plateau, Hieronymus's army was approaching. Peteru, who knew nothing about what happened in the Kadurk tribe last night, was shocked. In their original plan, the Senate would at least confirm their disappearance today. They would probably only send people to the tribe tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. By then, they would have already been prepared. They could take advantage of the Syracuse army's pressure and Dionia's lack of troops to deal with the Bruti and the Dionia. However, the Dionysian army's attack was so swift that it was completely beyond his expectations. The worry he had last night had really come true. Peteru hurriedly sent people out to argue with the commander to buy time for himself. Who would have thought that Hieronymus would not have cared at all? He led his army straight into the settlement to capture Peteru. The panicked Peteru sent his tribesmen to stop them while he quietly rode his horse, trying to escape. The hastily formed troops were defeated by Hieronymus's attack. Then, they kept their eyes on Peteru. In the end, Peteru's horse was shot by an arrow, and he was thrown off his horse. He was captured by Hieronymus. Chapter 448. While Hieronymus was raiding Peteru's tribe, the Senate held a meeting early in the morning to have a heated discussion on how to deal with the three traitorous senators. First, Sidorum objected. He believed that even if the three returned to Brucea without reporting to the Senate, it was not certain that they were defecting. This was obviously defending them, and was immediately refuted by Scambras, Tritodemus, Strompoli, and the others. However, they could not produce any evidence to prove that Peteru and the other two were traitors. In the end, the discussion turned into a quarrel. It was not until Kazinsa's messenger arrived and reported the capture of Kadurk, and presented the confessions of his men and slaves that Sidorum had nothing to say. But by then, Scambras, Tritodemus, and Strompoli were really angry. They all proposed to sentence the three to death, and said righteously, "The laws of Dionia stipulate that the highest punishment for treason is death." When the Dionia alliance was facing a crisis, as the senators of Dionia, Peteru, Kadurk, and Bergum did not think about how to lead the people to defeat the enemy. Instead, they took the lead in inciting the people to betray the alliance, causing the country to fall into a great predicament and bringing great danger to the alliance. Such traitors would not be enough to appease the anger of the people, and would not be enough to deter those who harbored disloyalty. The Senate voted with a high vote to sentence Bergum, Peteru, and Kadurk to death. Sidorum, Bagalipi, and the other Bruti senators were distressed when they learned of this result, while Scambras, Tritodemus, and the others began to be wary of these Bruti senators. At the critical moment when the army of Syracuse was pressing in, the senators of Dionia should have worked together to overcome the crisis. But now, they were suspicious of each other and estranged. This made Cunigarata and Cornelis anxious, but they had no better solution. They could only hope that the only Devers who could resolve the differences and unite everyone would return as soon as possible. When the news of Senator Bruti leading the tribe to rebel reached the Turris, it caused an even greater uproar. The people had just heard the bad news yesterday that Tarentum's army is approaching Amendola. The panic in their hearts had yet to dissipate, and today they heard the bad news again. Since the start of the war, bad news came one after another. And finally, the people could no longer maintain their calm facade. They gathered in front of the Senate Hall to protest loudly. They wanted the senators to take immediate and effective measures to defeat the enemy as soon and restore Dionia to peace. But such a request was not that easy to achieve. When Cunigarata and the senators were having a headache trying to appease the anger of the people, a messenger from Lucaria arrived just in time. After reading the battle report, Cunigarata felt relieved. He stood on the steps in front of the Senate Hall and held the battle report in his hand high. He shouted excitedly at the noisy people below the steps. This is the battle report from Potentia. The army led by Sir Devers has completely defeated the Simonians and is on the way back to Turris. In an instant, the noise below the steps disappeared and was replaced by deafening cheers. Long live Sir Devers! Long live Sir Dionia! I've said it before. The Oracle of Hades has stated that only Sir Devers can defeat the enemy and ensure the peace of Dionia. You're right. Sir Devers is a descendant of Hades. He has the blessing of Hades. Amidst the cathartic cheers of the people, a voice suddenly burst out. Let Sir Devers be king. When the senators heard this, they were all stunned. Not only did the people's cheers not stop, but they eventually merged into a thunderous roar, echoing in the ears of the senators. With our blood as king, we protect the peace of the alliance. When the Turris people shouted, let Devers be king, the Devers led the army to the Ra River fortress. Yesterday evening, when he entered Nudum, the governor, Hemont, told him that the Southern Alliance had failed to stop the army of Syracuse from advancing north. They were forced to fight with the people of Syracuse in Siriton and suffered a crushing defeat. Now, other than Crotone, Lygium, and Tearina, who were still independent, the rest of the city-states of the Southern Alliance had fallen. Hearing this news, the Devers was very surprised. He did not expect that the army of Syracuse, under Dionysius's ingenious and flexible maneuvers, could launch a series of attacks that were both fierce and sinister. He had only led the troops away from Turris for less than a month, and the situation south of Dionysius' territory had already deteriorated to such a state. Dionysius was not a simple person, but he had underestimated the enemy. After realizing this, while blaming himself, the Devers also declined Hemont's invitation to dinner that night. He locked himself in his bedroom to think about how to deal with Dionia, so he did not sleep well that night. Early the next morning, he led the troops and set off again. After all, what Hemont told him was the situation of the war 2 or 3 days ago. With Dionysius's ability and the advantage of Syracuse, it was enough to turn the war into a situation that was even more disadvantageous to Dionia. Therefore, he had to lead the main force back to Turris as soon as possible. Along the way, he was calculating the situation of the war in his mind, looking for a way to win. Only after entering the Ra River fortress did he stop to rest for a while. At this time, he called for Hennepolis and asked with concern, Henny, are you sure you're not coming back, but going to Turris with me? Sir, I've made up my mind. Dionia is now in danger. As an ally, Laos should lend a helping hand and help Dionia defeat the strong enemy. Hennepolis said vehemently, I'll also send someone to inform Uncle Arabamas to send more soldiers to fight alongside the legion of Dionysia. Upon hearing this, Devers narrowed his eyes. He knew that there was another reason why Hennepolis was willing to go to Turris. The young man was tired of living in Laos like a cage, unable to make any decisions. Devers thought for a while and said, All right, you can come with me. However, there's no need to ask Laos to send more soldiers. After all, Trina has fallen. Laos needs enough soldiers to prevent Syracuse from attacking Laos' port from the sea. As long as Divers agreed to let him follow, Hennepolis did not really care if he needed to send more troops. He said happily, Lord Divers, I have one more thing that I would like to ask for your permission. What is it? Can I be your secretary during the war? I can write your orders and collect information. Hennepolis asked softly. Huh? Devers looked at him in surprise. Why do you have such an idea? It was too shameful for a consul of a city-state to be the secretary of the commander of another city-state alliance. Those who did not know the inside story would think that he was humiliating his ally. My lord, you see, the last time in Poseidonia, you asked me to lead an army to intercept the fleeing Simonians. When I saw the ferocious-looking Simonians charging at us, my legs trembled. If it wasn't for Isom's help, I would have fled. Hennepolis did not even try to hide his embarrassment. So I understand now. I'm different from you, my lord. I don't have the talent to lead an army. I do like reading and writing, but it's too boring to read and spend a lot of time thinking like my teacher, Antitanos. By staying by your side, not only can I help you, but I can also understand in more detail how you defeated the Samnians and how you will defeat the Syracuse people in the future. Such a glorious process. Not only do I want to know, the people of Dionysia, no, the people of Greece want to know about it. If I write about it, it will be very popular. Hinepolis became more excited as he spoke. Devers looked at him in surprise. This little guy wants to be a biographer. However, Hinepolis's request moved him. According to what he knew from his previous life, there were scholars who followed Alexander during his crusade to the east and wrote monographs about him. When Hannibal invaded Italy, there were scholars who followed him and wrote about him, saying that he was the liberator of Italy. When Caesar crossed the Rubicon, there were scholars who followed him and wrote about him in the Spanish War. So, why can't I have them? Devers smiled. Henny, I agreed to let you be my secretary during the war. That's great. Thank you, sir. As soon as Devers agreed, Hinepolis immediately waved his hands and shouted, Don't be happy too early. I still have a request. If you want to write a book about me in the future, the content must be reviewed by me. You can only publish it when I agree to publish it. Can you agree? Devers said with a serious face. Yes, I can. Hinepolis nodded. Also, if you are my secretary, who will be in charge of your Laos troops? Ariandos. He is usually in charge of the troops. As soon as Hinepolis said this, an image of a person immediately appeared in Devers' mind. Ariandos was the right-hand man of Avenogis. His military ability was not weak. He led the Laos troops to march and camp in an orderly manner. It was obvious that he was loyal to Hinepolis. Chapter 449. Got it. Hinepolis left happily. The Devers watched him leave with a smile on his face. Hinepolis had lived in the Devers' home for a few years. Although he had a lively personality, he was straightforward and not pretentious, which made him very popular with the Devers' family. The Devers also treated him like a younger brother. Therefore, he did not want Hinepolis to know what was going to happen next. The officer in charge of defending the Dara River fortress was called in. I remember your name is Tagru, right? The Devers said pleasantly. The captain, who was a little nervous, did not expect that the lifelong governor of Dionia and the commander of the army, the Devers, who was respected by the soldiers, still remembered his name when he saluted and reported to him when he first arrived at the Dara River fortress more than 10 days ago. Yes, commander, he replied excitedly. I remember that you are from the Gramentum. Do you belong to a tribe or are you independent? The Devers continued to ask and gestured for him to sit down. I'm already independent. I only need to work hard for my family. Tagru straightened his back and answered in fluent Greek. In the past year, there was a popular belief in Lucania City that the independent Lucanians were the real citizens of Dionia and had true freedom. In the last war, many tribes in Lucania City, except for Potentia and Galagusso, were destroyed and weakened. Therefore, the remaining tribes were weak and relied heavily on the alliance. They could only listen to the people who asked to leave the tribe. They did not react as strongly as the leaders of the Briti. It seems that you have a family. Do you have children? How is your life? The Devers chatted with him. Although this made Tagru a little surprised, he felt a sense of familiarity. Asana bless me. I have 2 children, both boys, and they are very healthy. Sir Bagul gave me 5 acres of land, but it is all mountainous and not suitable for growing wheat. The farmer advised me to plant apple trees, which I did. The trees had grown this year, and they said that they would bear fruit next year. Then, I would be able to sell the apples to the city. They also said that the apples in Turin were more expensive, but it would take a few days to reach Turin. The year before last, I had taken a loan from the bank in the city and bought 20 lambs and 2 cows. Now, the number had doubled. In the summer, I sold 6 sheep and a cow to a restaurant in the city. Not only did I pay off my loan, but I also earned 30 drachmas. I've decided to buy some cows and sheep next year and try to drive hundreds of cows and sheep up the mountain every day. Sir, I'm not afraid to laugh at you, but this is my dream. In the past, only the tribe had so many cows and sheep. Haha, you have a great ambition. Devers clapped his hands and laughed. Then he asked with concern, You're on a mission in Ford R.A. River. What about your family? My wife is a capable woman. She could take care of the children and the fruit trees. I also took a loan from the bank to buy a Thracian slave to help me graze my cattle and sheep. When I'm busy, my neighbors will come over to help. Sir, a village has been built at the place where I live. Devers listened and said seriously, being stationed at Fort R.A. River is far from the city and home. Not only is the daily life monotonous, but I can't go home to take care of my family for a long time. This is supposed to be the toughest mission for the registered freedmen and citizens who have undergone training. It's an important mission to shorten the probation period for them to become citizens. However, before the war breaks out, I suggested that they be replaced by real citizen soldiers. Do you have any complaints? Sir, to be honest, a little. Tagru hesitated for a moment before he answered honestly. That's because you've received stricter training. You're citizens of Dionia. In times of danger, you'll defend this fort at all costs to ensure that your home is not trampled. Fort R.A. River is the only land passage connecting Lucania and Turin. The space here is small, and the military can't spread out. Once it's occupied by the enemy, it'll cut off the connection between Lucania and Turin. That's dangerous, Devers said seriously. Sir, you're saying someone will attack this place? Tagru's eyes widened in shock. Fort R.A. River was located in the hinterland of the Dionia Alliance. Other than inspecting the passing merchants and travelers and providing them with simple food and lodging, there was nothing else that Devers could do. There was once an elder who suggested to dismantle Fort R.A. River and turn it into a relay station during a meeting, but it was rejected by the Devers in the end. During a war, there's always danger, and danger often comes from the dark. From now on, you must be vigilant. No merchants or travelers are allowed to stay in or outside the fort. Also, no troops without a warrant from the Ministry of Military Affairs are allowed to enter or pass through Fort R.A. River. Do you understand? Devers reminded him solemnly. Yes, Commander. Tagru stood up and bowed. Tagru, you're not an official soldier yet, are you? Sir, I'm just a reserve soldier. My tribe joined the Alliance too late, and there are too many Lucanians who signed up to join Legio III, Tagru said in a slightly dejected tone. I hope that after this war, I'll be able to see your name in the Legion of Legio III. Devers encouraged him seriously. Also, if the enemy attacks Fort R.A. River, don't fight alone. Inform Sir Hemont in Newton in time to get his help. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Tagru bowed again in excitement. Although he did not know where the enemy would come from, he was no longer depressed about being sent to the wilderness. He promised loudly, Sir, don't worry. I'll defend Fort R.A. River until the end of the war. Devers nodded. After Tagru left, he got up and walked to the window facing south and looked out. From here, he could not see the city of Laos, which was the estuary of the R.A. River. Therefore, the Devers could only guess what Arabuma, who was not a consul, was doing at the moment. Ever since Arabuma did not come to Fort R.A. River to welcome the Dionysian army, and the troops he sent to Henopolis were all loyal to Avanogus, the Devers received a secret report from the intelligence department in Newton that traces of Syracuse have been found in the city of Laos. The Devers had a bad feeling in his heart. With Dionia at a disadvantage and facing danger, what choice would the man who once went to the east alone, united with the Turii, and helped Avanogus recapture Laos in one fell swoop? Although the Devers could only wait quietly, he brought Henopolis with him and was prepared for any eventuality. While the Devers led the army from Fort R.A. River into the mountains and embarked on the return journey to Turii, Dionysius had already led 90,000 troops to the Taconati River. This army included more than 70,000 of Dionysius's Sicilian troops, as well as Rockley, Hyhernian, and the Corunnian troops who had just joined Syracuse's side. They set up camp on both sides of the Taconati River. The camp stretched for dozens of miles, and thousands of tents filled the southern Croton plains and the lower reaches of the Taconati River. The engineers of Syracuse also commanded more than 4,000 Corunnian soldiers and Silitinian slaves to build a simple dock at the estuary of the Taconati River so that food and supplies could be transported by sea to the main camp. This provided greater convenience for logistics. While the army was busy building the camp, Dionysius led the generals to Ciudad Crotone to inspect its defenses. At this time, under the suggestion of the Dionia's ballista officer, Ciudad Crotone set up stables on both sides of the moat and began to set up traps. It was only because the army of Syracuse arrived too quickly that they could not complete it. This was already the second time in 5 years that Ciudad Crotone was besieged by an army. The citizens of Crotone were even more shocked than the last time. Looking west from the top of the city wall, they could see the endless white tents that blended with the skyline in the far west. Lucius Cisprotis, Escamas, and all the members of Crotone's council and soldiers on the top of the city wall stared at the cruel tyrant of Sicily, who was surrounded by hundreds of cavalrymen. Their eyes were filled with anger and fear. Dionysius, however, treated the people on the top of the city wall as air. He looked around as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the park and exchanged views with the people around him from time to time. Look at the city walls inside Clot 1. They're at least 10 meters tall, and they're all made of large rocks. There's also a moat outside the city, and the entire city is so big. They have enough people to defend it. I think it'll be very difficult to take down this city, Phoebus said without any misgivings, making his allies feel discouraged. To be honest, the people of Sparta were terrifying in field battles, but they did not have much success in sieging cities. In their previous wars, they had never taken down a big city, and they only had a few small cities. In the past Peloponnesus War, the war lasted for a few decades. The allied army led by Sparta was stationed outside the city of Athens for many years, trampling the Attica Peninsula into ruins. However, they were never able to take down the city wall of Athens. Therefore, after they won the war, one of the first things they did was to let the people of Athens tear down the city wall. Chapter 450. That's right, besiege them. Then lead the rest of the troops to cross the Neto River and head straight for Cremissa. Phoebus looked at Dionysius and gave a suggestion. Now that the main force of Dionia is still in Lucania city, and Tarentum has just recaptured Metapontum, the people of Dionia will definitely strengthen their defense in the north. There are still 2 remnants of Dionias, whatever legion of Dionia in the city of Asprustum. I think the territory of Dionia is already very empty. I heard that Cremissa is just a small city. I think it won't be too difficult for Syracuse to take it down. After taking down Cremissa, the army will continue to the north and take down another small city, Castellan. Then they can go straight to the city of Turiae and surround Turiae with Tarentum. At that time, Dionia will surrender, and it will be useless for the people of Crotone to hold on to this city. The whole of Greece will definitely be conquered by Syracuse. At this point, even Phoebus was shocked by the prospect he described. He could not help but sigh in his heart. In this way, the entire Western Mediterranean will really be under Syracuse's control. Which city-state can control it? Everyone's eyes lit up at Phoebus's words. Dionysius was also a little tempted, but he knew 2 things that others did not know. First, the Devers' army had won a great victory in Lucania. It was said that they had wiped out more than 20,000 Simonians. Based on his understanding, the Simonians would not easily admit defeat, but the main force of Dionia had returned to Turiae much earlier than expected. He had not received the news that the Simonians had been defeated. Second, a new Dionia legion was stationed in the city of Cremissa. Dionysius had already seen the power of the legion of Dionysia on the battlefield. Although he did not know how good they were at defending the city, it would not be too bad. In this way, the number of people defending the city of Cremissa would not be less than 10,000. It would not be so easy to take it down. More importantly, the city of Cremissa was originally a key target of Syracuse's intelligence department. In the past, this area was the most unstable place in Dionia apart from the Bruttii region. Before the war, the head of intelligence of Syracuse, Hipporinus, had sent many of his men to this city. A few months ago, the protest of the people of Cremissa, the request for a citizens' assembly, and the subsequent assassination of the Devers were all their handiwork. After the incident was exposed, under the extensive investigation of Dionia, some were arrested and some went into hiding. When the war broke out, especially after the victory of the Battle of Ramato River, Cremissa's spy activities began to be active again. Dionysius also constantly received the latest information in Dionia from Cremissa. For example, Thurii had established 2 new legions, and Dionia's fleet was undergoing secret training at the Kratai River. They also sent out a message. As long as the army of Syracuse arrived in Cremissa, they would open the gate for the army. This was a great surprise to Dionysius. However, since the new legion of Dionia was stationed in Cremissa, the news from the north was suddenly cut off yesterday afternoon. Not only was the city of Cremissa under martial law, but the port was also closed. Dionysius knew that such a decisive move by Cremissa would inevitably lead to the failure of the intelligence department's efforts. This made him a little worried. He was a man who liked careful planning and meticulous preparation before taking action. Whether it was attacking west along the southern coastline in Sicily to Moscha, or north along the eastern coastline, and then west to Souris, his strategy had always been gradual, and there were almost no bold and rash actions. This series of rapid maneuvers after landing in Greece this time was also because he had a strong command of the sea and a larger army than the other side. Even so, when he and the southern Italian coalition forces met, the news that the Lygian people suddenly besieged Medma had shocked him. Fortunately, he had basically won the battle, and Locke's tens of thousands of troops were not far from Medma, so he was calm. Now, in order to attack Dionia, apart from the few thousand soldiers stationed in Medma, Trine, and Silatina respectively, he had concentrated most of his forces here. If he followed Phoebides's plan to trap the 2 cities of Tarentum and Esplustum, which had a large number of enemy troops, he would probably need to leave more than half of his total forces here. Even if he could take down Cremissa and Castellan, the city of Thurii would not be so easy to attack. According to what he knew, after Polixus and the others were arrested, the city of Thurii was already a solid block, unlike when Crotone first attacked Thurii. Moreover, the main forces of Dionia could return at any time. In this way, once Syracuse's attack was blocked, they would have to divide their forces everywhere, leaving the rear empty. As time went by, any one of Medma, Trine, Esplustum, Crotone, or Thurii would be a disaster for him. That was why he was somewhat resistant to Phoebides's seemingly good suggestion. At this time, seeing that Dionysius had been silent, Phasapeses said, "My lord, I don't agree with General Phoebides's words. Moria, the most important military city of Carthage in Sicily, is even across the bay. If we can capture it, then we can't even imagine the other cities that we have captured in Sicily. Although Ciudad Crotone is a bit larger, it is actually far less difficult to attack than Moria. Moreover, the city is too big, which is not conducive to their defense. It is also located on a plain, which is more convenient for us to besiege. My lord, you see, Phasapeses rode closer to the city wall. Seeing that Dionysius was following closely, he pointed to the city wall 100 meters away and continued, "Its city wall is still old. The gaps between the stones should be relatively large, and the mortar is not packed tightly enough. Moreover, the stones look old, and it seems that they have not been repaired often. Some places may even have loosened. This is not comparable to the cities we have captured in Sicily because of the frequent wars between Carthage and Syracuse in Sicily, and these 2 large states have very strong siege capabilities. The other city-states are very diligent in repairing the city walls in order to save their lives. Unlike in Great Greece, where siege battles are rare and the city walls are still maintained according to the defensive siege methods decades ago. As long as our ballistae continue to bombard, it will definitely collapse. Moreover, we have sufficient manpower now. We can completely build earth ramparts and approach the city walls. At the same time, we can build siege towers and siege hammers to destroy their city walls and occupy their city walls. By using various methods together, we will definitely be able to break through Ciudad Crotone and open the way into the territory of Dionia." Dionysius's heart was moved when he heard this. He carefully observed the city wall in front of him, and his expression became more and more relaxed. Then he turned his head and asked, "Phoebides, what do you think of this siege plan?" Phoebides's expression did not change, and he said stubbornly, "I still insist on my opinion. We don't need to waste time under Ciudad Crotone. If Dionia is conquered, Crotone will naturally surrender. My lord, you don't need to discuss with the people of Sparta how to siege the city. They even besieged Praetia for more than 2 years before they could take it down, with only a few hundred people defending it. What good suggestions can they have? Astagras sneered. Phoebides's expression changed. In the 5th year after the outbreak of the Peloponnesus War, the coalition forces led by Sparta were unable to break through the Long Wall and break into Athens. They had no choice but to turn and attack the ally of Athens, Praetia, in the Boeotia region. Seeing that the situation was not good, the people of Praetia evacuated a large number of people, leaving only a few hundred people to defend the city. As a result, it took the coalition forces of Sparta more than 10 times the number of soldiers defending the city of Praetia for more than 2 years to take down the city. In the end, the people of Sparta killed the soldiers defending the city and handed the city of Praetia to its ally at that time, the Thebes. The key was the most important battle in the Greco-Persian War a few decades ago, the Battle of Praetia. The Greek coalition forces, with the full support of the people of Praetia, finally defeated the invading army of Persia. After the victory, the king of Sparta, Pausanias, once led the Greek coalition forces to make a vow to protect the independence and freedom of Praetia together forever. Therefore, when Praetia was destroyed and the people of Sparta personally violated their vow, it immediately caused an uproar in the entire Greek world, forcing the people of Sparta to discuss this matter. The elder council had no choice but to send a censor to question the king of Sparta, who was away on an expedition. Therefore, Phoebidas, who was still a child, had a deep impression of this. It could be said that Astagras was tearing open the scars of Sparta. "Don't talk nonsense," Dionysius glared at Astagras, then said to the seemingly angry Phoebidas, "No city-state dares to start a war with Sparta. However, in terms of attacking a city, Syracuse, do have more experience. I decided to take down Ciudad Crotone first." Phoebidas snorted and no longer said anything. After saying the polite words, Dionysius was too lazy to care about the mood of the people of Sparta anymore. He said to everyone in a deep voice, "Phasapeses, Astagras, organize all the siege technicians, craftsmen, and soldiers to start building siege equipment and building earth embankments. Think of ways to measure the thickness of the city walls. Prepare for all the siege." "Yes, sir," the 2 generals replied in excitement. Chapter 451. Achelida and Gubra were excited. This was exactly what they were best at and wanted to do the most. Phoebidas was silent. He did not fully agree with Dionysius's plan, but he suddenly realized that Sparta should learn from Syracuse on how to attack a city. At this time, Dionysius said gloomily, "Before we attack Crotone, let's see how Asprustum will deal with what's coming next." In the city of Asprustum, Felicius was comforting more than 500 legion soldiers who had been exchanged by Dionia in exchange for more than 500 Locrian captives. He had a great regret in his heart because he did not manage to exchange for the 5th Legion's commander, Dionia's Senate Senator, Dracos. Even Dionysius did not release Brim, the commander of the 5th Legion's 1st Brigade, an important leader of Abyssinia, who was also a senator of the Senate. Instead, Dionysius insisted on exchanging the captives one for one. Felicius noticed that the exchanged soldiers were all broody soldiers of the 5th Legion. As the 5th Legion was the last to retreat, the 5th Legion was the most captive, but he did not think too much about it. In fact, Dionysius had deliberately released these broody soldiers in front of the other Greek and Lacanian soldiers who had been captured by Dionia. He had even planned to quietly release some legion of Dionysia soldiers who were found to be resentful after a few days of observation. Felicius regrouped the more than 500 soldiers into the 5th Legion. Although he felt regretful, he was also slightly relieved. This was because half of the soldiers who returned were Abyssinia. Abyssinia was the most staunch ally of the broody tribes in the broody region. Ever since the broody joined the alliance, there had never been any disturbances, and they did not object to some of the bills that the Senate enacted against the tribes in the broody region. Moreover, Felicius had a good relationship with Bagalipi, so he felt better that more people from Abyssinia had returned. At this moment, a messenger hurried over. "Commander, Epiphanes requests for you to go to the top of the city wall immediately. The people of Syracuse outside the city are out of his control, so you have to make the decision." Felicius was shocked when he heard this. Dracos woke up from a nightmare. Ever since he led the 1st Brigade to intercept the enemy cavalry and was surrounded, he led a team to fight to the death. In the end, his lungs were pierced by the enemy cavalry's javelins, and he fell to the ground and was captured. Although he had been treated by a doctor of Syracuse, he had a high fever and was sometimes unconscious and sometimes awake. At this moment, he tried to open his dry and heavy eyelids and heard a shrill scream. Then, someone beside him shouted in grief and indignation, "Don't come any closer! Don't come any closer! Asinu above, please protect them." What was going on? Dracos struggled to open his eyes, and the blurred image in front of him gradually became clear. He found himself lying on the ground mixed with stones and mud, and a city stood 100 meters in front of him. He was very familiar with the appearance of the city, Asprustum. Why was he here? His head was dizzy, and he could not remember anything at all. He tried to stand up, but found that his hands and feet were tied behind him with ropes, and he could not exert any strength at all. He struggled a few times with all his might, but it was useless. Instead, the pain from his wounds almost made him faint again. Obviously, the person next to him saw his movement and said in surprise, "Legion Commander Dracos. Legion Commander Dracos, are you awake? Who are you? Well, what's going on?" Dracos opened his dry lips and asked weakly. "Reporting to Legion Commander, I'm Legio IV's 3rd Brigade, 4th Brigade, 1st Squad Leader, Itaru. The Syracuse people brought the dozens of Legio IV's captured soldiers, and you, to the front of Asprustum, and tied everyone's hands and feet. They even set up stakes beside each of them, and tied the ropes to them. They even sent people to the city, telling them, you and the Legio IV's captured soldiers are here. Then, the Syracuse army retreated 100 meters, but whenever our comrades in the city rushed out to save us, these damn Syracuse people would use javelins and arrows to shoot at them." At this point, Ituru was sobbing uncontrollably. As he cried, the other soldiers who were tied up also felt sad. What? When Dracos heard this, he immediately panicked. He endured the pain and used his shoulders to forcibly prop his body up. The overexertion caused his eyes to darken and his head to spin. He panted heavily, trying his best to control his body that was on the verge of collapse. After a while, he finally knelt on the ground steadily. When he opened his eyes again, in front of him were more than 10 corpses with arrows and javelins stuck in their bodies. The closest one to him was less than a meter away from him. Looking at that ashen face, Dracos recognized him. Hack, a soldier of the 5th Legion. This broody young man came from a small tribe in Cosenza and had a stubborn and mischievous personality. When he first entered the 5th Legion, he repeatedly violated military rules and was punished by the strict Dracos many times, but he always refused to accept it. Once, he even argued with Dracos on the training ground. In the end, Dracos made a bet with him on wrestling and won cleanly. Hack was convinced, and from then on, he trained seriously and performed outstandingly. In the end, Dracos promoted him to a platoon leader, but he did not expect to die here. And for him, a surge of anger surged in his heart, and the crying of the soldiers next to him made him even more irritated. He shouted, "What are you crying for? What's there to be afraid of? We will meet again at the Temple of Heroes." Felicius looked at the row of people who were tied up and kneeling on the ground with a solemn expression. He did not expect to see such a scene when he came to the city. Are you sure those are Dracos and the captured soldiers?" The usually lively and flamboyant Epiphanes frowned at this moment, and his voice was heavy. "Before I came up, the soldiers had already confirmed it with their lives. I've forbidden the soldiers from leaving the city without permission, but not only are there Dracos, they're also soldiers from Legio 4. Look at my men, they all want to save their comrades, neighbors, and maybe even relatives. So they hope to send out the 4th and 5th Legions. That way, even if the enemy comes, they can hold them off and successfully rescue Dracos and the other soldiers. Felicius looked at the hundreds of corpses that stretched down the city toward the captives, and the phalanx of Syracuse that seemed to be resting 100 meters behind the captives. He turned back to look at the soldiers of Legio, 4 stationed at the top of the city. Their faces were filled with anger and anxiety. Felicius's gaze finally fell on Epicthenes. "What do you think?" "I think it's worth a try." Epicthenes hesitated for a moment, then said thoughtfully, "The people of Syracuse are doing this because they want us to rescue them. Therefore, when we leave the city, the people of Syracuse might not stop us immediately. We have time to get into formation and slowly approach Dracos and the others, blocking their attack while rescuing Dracos. Even though Syracuse has more soldiers than us, the terrain here is narrow. There's a cliff on the left and a mountain on the right. They won't be able to outflank us no matter how many soldiers they have. We should be able to safely return to the city." Felicius was silent for a long time, then slowly said, "Since you know that the people of Syracuse want us to leave the city to rescue them, you still insist on leading the troops out. Do you really think the people of Syracuse can let us return safely?" Felicius showed a pained expression and said with hatred, "A few days ago, it was because everyone was hoping that they could beat the people of Syracuse, but I didn't persist. Look at the result. We failed. The Allied forces were defeated, and we lost more than 3,000 soldiers, causing the situation in Greece to deteriorate to such a terrible state. Isn't this a lesson that we should take seriously? Dionysius isn't easy to deal with. Since he's already set up this scene, he must have a plan to deal with us leaving the city to rescue them. For the safety of Isprostum and the safety of the Alliance, we can't leave the city." It was rare for Felicius to shout at someone like this. He was venting his pent-up emotions during this period of time, so Epicthenes was a little stunned. His expression turned gloomy. "Are we supposed to just watch Dracos and the soldiers be humiliated and not save them? Don't forget, back in Persia, Lord Devers once said that everyone in his team should be as close as a family, and that no one should be abandoned easily." Epicthenes' words lashed at Felicius' guilty heart. His hands, which were pressed against the battlements, gripped the cracks between the stones tightly, the rough gravel stinging his palms. Although his relationship with Dracos was ordinary, he was also a senator of the Senate, a commander of the army, and a comrade in arms for many years. How could he not want to rescue Dracos and the soldiers when they were humiliated by the enemy? However, as the highest military commander of the southern front of Ionia, he had a heavy responsibility. In such a critical situation, the safety of the Alliance should be his first consideration. He had already failed once, so he could not allow himself to make another mistake. If anything happened to Isprostum, Syracuse would be able to march straight in, and he would really become a sinner of the Alliance. Chapter 452. Although Epicthenes was unwilling, he had no choice but to obey the order. Even though the soldiers of the 4th and 5th legions were unwilling, they had no choice but to obey the order. They could only watch helplessly as their commander and comrades continued to be tied up on the ground. Time was ticking away. Some of the captives collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion. Dracos could feel his body drying up, but he restrained himself with all his willpower and did not make a sound. As the commander of the legion, he understood the sinister intention of Syracuse to tie them up here. He also understood why there was no movement in Isprostum. In such a dangerous situation, the only thing he could do was to remain silent and not agitate his brothers on the wall, lest they fall into danger. Perhaps in the end, the people of Syracuse would retreat obediently when they realized that their plan was not working. However, Dracos thought too highly of Syracuse. Astagras grew impatient when he saw that there was no movement on the wall. He glanced at the leader of the Campanian mercenaries, Endomenes, and said, "Send someone to behead one of the captives. Let's see if the people of Ionia can keep their composure." Endomenes hesitated for a moment, but he finally agreed. In Greek history, it was forbidden to torture and kill Greek captives on the battlefield. Astagras did not want to be accused of such a crime, so he asked the mercenaries to do it. Endomenes, who was blinded by greed, had no choice but to accept it. The mercenaries' target was Titru, who was next to Dracos. They wanted to agitate the people of Dionia even more. When the mercenaries raised their gleaming sabers and slashed down hard on the defenseless Titru's neck, blood splattered on Draco's body. Draco's anger was ignited in his weakened body again. He understood that the people of Syracuse had no intention of letting them go. When he heard the uncontrollable cries and noise from the wall in front of him, the cries of the captives beside him, and the sharp pain in his lungs, he finally made up his mind. He straightened his body with all his might and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Victory to Dionia! Long live the Legion of Dionysia! Ahem! Defend Asprustum, and avenge me and my brothers in the future. Revenge!" After saying that, he used the last bit of his strength to smash his head into a sharp rock in front of his knees. At that moment, he remembered the scene when the Devers awarded him the military flag in the plaza of Amendola with a smile on their faces. Lord Devers. His face revealed a trace of a smile. Bang! Then, many Dionia captive soldiers followed Dracos' example and smashed their heads to the ground. Witnessing this tragic scene, Astagras and Endomenes were as shocked as clay puppets. It took them a while to recover. They did not expect the people of Dionia to be so unyielding. This was especially true for Dracos. As an important figure in Dionia, he did not hesitate to sacrifice his own life. Unwilling to be humiliated, he died just like that. Quick, go and teach them a lesson. Astagras, who had always been brave in battle, shouted in panic. He felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. Lord Commander, Epicthenes, a man who rarely cried, had tears streaming down his face. He stood in front of Felicius in grief and indignation. Because of our weakness, Dracos died a heroic death. Felicius gritted his teeth in guilt and clenched his fists so tightly that his gums were bleeding. He did not realize that his voice was filled with pain and endless resentment. Dracos was afraid that we would be tricked by the people of Syracuse. That's why he chose to go to the Shrine of Heroes. In the name of the Hades, I swear. I, Felicius, swear that I will defeat Syracuse and bring the corpses of that tyrant and his subordinates to worship the spirit of Dracos. Epicthenes snorted and looked at the people of Syracuse with the same resentment in his eyes. He then walked towards the soldiers. Soon the entire city was filled with the song of the Hades, king of the underworld, lord of justice, the black-haired and black-eyed Hades. I, a valiant soldier, come to your majestic shrine. Do you want to ask what I did when I was alive? I like to brandish my spear and shield and drink the blood of my enemies. Do you want to ask if I have ever trembled or feared? Never, because I want to boast about my achievements in front of you. The solemn and powerful song echoed in the sky above Asprostum, and finally turned into a deafening sentence. Long live Legion Commander Dracos. Long live the Legion of Dionysia. Kill all the people of Syracuse. The expressions of the soldiers of Syracuse changed when they heard this. Astagras became dispirited and waved his hand dispiritedly. Go back and report to his lordship. After Astagras briefly told Dionysius about what happened in Asprostum, the tent was silent. Syracuse had the absolute advantage in the battle, but from the solemn expression on the faces of the people in the tent, it was as if Syracuse had lost the battle. Dionysius coughed a few times and said in a deep voice, "We need to speed up our preparations for the siege. I hope to launch an attack on Ciudad Crotone the day after tomorrow." Asprostum. Stay alert for now. Yes, his lordship. Phasapeses stood up and immediately rushed out of the tent to urge the engineers, craftsmen, and soldiers to speed up the progress. At this moment, everyone in the tent felt a sense of urgency. They had to destroy the Dionia alliance while it was still weak, or else they might be devoured by it. Even the arrogant Phoebidas was moved. He could not help but think of the Sparta Aristodemos from a few decades ago. This brave Sparta citizen was one of the 300 guards of King Leonidas. He could not participate in the Battle of Hot Spring Pass because of an eye disease. A year later, during the Battle of Praedia, He took the initiative to rush to the front and died heroically to redeem his reputation. He was praised by his countrymen. Dionia's citizens' respect for honor, courage, and fighting spirit were not any weaker than ours. Phoebidas thought with mixed feelings. This day was destined to be an unforgettable day for the people of the Dionia alliance. Although the people of Syracuse had not yet begun to attack Ciudad Crotone, the mercenary cavalry had crossed the Neto River and galloped on the Croton plain that belonged to the side of Dionia. Houses were set ablaze one by one, and villages were destroyed one by one. In the northeast of Dionia, the people of Tarentum, who had nearly 20,000 soldiers, were unwilling to confront the allied forces of Dionia and Heraclea in front of the city of Heraclea. Diomyras sent some of his soldiers south across the Agri River and entered the territory of Amendalara in Dionia. They began to destroy wantonly in an attempt to force the new 7th Legion of Dionia to leave Heraclea. The first water wheel in the entire Greek world that the Amendalarans were proud of was burned in the raging fire. In the Bruttii region of the Dionia alliance, although Petteru's rebel army was eliminated, Bergum had learned his lesson. He led more than 2,000 troops that followed him and did not fight with Hieronymus, who came to encircle them. Instead, they used the complex terrain of Ambania and the protection of Lake Sicida to deal with the rebel army. In order to stabilize the situation in the Bruttii region, Helos had to postpone the plan to gather soldiers to form a new legion and support Thurii. At sea, the commander of the navy of Syracuse, Leptinus, finally gathered the warships scattered on the east and west coasts of Greece and Cilitina. He gathered a powerful fleet of more than 400 warships and sailed north along the east coast of Greece, preparing to force the fleet of Dionia to come out for a decisive battle. The people of Cremissa, Castellan, and Thurii all saw the huge fleet that covered the entire sea, and all of them began to tremble. However, what the people of Dionia did not know was that in the west, in Laos, the actual ruler of the city-state, Arabuma, was tempted when he heard the news that Syracuse had defeated the southern Italian coalition, quickly occupied Trine, Cilitina, and conquered Corunna. However, the news that the Devers had completely defeated the Simonians soon came, and he was a little hesitant. Until the news that the Tarentum alliance had invaded, the Bruttii elder had rebelled, and the Syracuse army had advanced to Ciudad Crotone. Dionia was surrounded by enemies on all sides and was in danger. Arabuma believed that under such circumstances, no matter how powerful the Devers were, they could not guarantee their defeat. However, he did not take action immediately. He had to wait for the army led by the Devers to leave Lucania and return to Thurii, because he did not want to be the first to bear the wrath of the people of Dionia. When the spy told him that Henipolis had led his troops to follow the main force of Dionia to Thurii, he was even more relieved. He breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was reluctant to raise his sword against his nephew and the Laos soldiers. Their departure had removed his psychological barrier. On this day, he imprisoned the family of his brother, Avenogis, summoned the officials and leaders of Laos, and announced that Laos had left the alliance of Dionia. At the same time, he also sent an army of 1,500 to the La River fortress, claiming that they were responding to the request of the consul of Dionia to reinforce Thurii. Chapter 453. After many fruitless requests, Laos and his men tore off their masks and launched an attack on the Naira River fortress. The Naira River fortress was located in a narrow area between the river bank and the mountain ridge, so Laos could not make full use of his advantage in numbers. Tagru led more than 200 soldiers and defended the small but sturdy fortress tenaciously. The bloody battle lasted until the afternoon, but Laos' army still could not break into the fortress. After receiving the request for help from the Naira River fortress, the governor of Nudum, Hemont, personally led nearly 2,000 citizen soldiers as reinforcements and arrived in time. Laos and his men saw that the enemy was strong, so they slowly retreated. At this time, the flames of war were everywhere in Dionia, and the dark clouds of war were gathering. The Thurii people were truly afraid. They often gathered in two places. One was the Temple of Hades, hoping to receive the blessing of the powerful king of Hades, so that their uneasiness could be comforted. The other was the square in front of the Senate. The people once again appealed to the Senate to let the consul Devers be the king, because only then could Dionia survive this crisis. Hades had already foreseen all this. This time, the commotion caused by the people was much greater than the previous 2 days. The elders in the Senate were already panicking because of the terrible situation that was constantly being reported, and the protests of the people made them even more at a loss as to what to do. Pleasantness, look at what you've done. Stop your tricks. Let the Turi people return to peace. Let Dionia restore order, or else the Senate will not be able to function normally, and everything will be a mess. Cunegurata finally could not help but vent his anger at Pleasantness. Sir Cunegurata, be careful what you say. This is the oracle of God Hades, the people's spontaneous appeal. It has nothing to do with me. Instead of bickering with me here, why don't you think about how to satisfy the needs of the people and appease their anger? The chief priest of the temple of Hades, Pleasinus, retorted without any fear. My lords, it's not a big deal to appoint Lord Devers as king. The role that the Devers have played in the past few years, wasn't it the same as exerting the power of a king? It was just a lack of a name. Don't you hope that Lord Devers will come back soon to help us defeat our enemies and save the Alliance? In fact, since the establishment of the Alliance, Lord Devers has always been the greatest support for us and the people outside. Right now, the cruel people of Syracuse are closing in on us, and they want the Alliance to become the second Xylit. They want us to suffer like the people of Xylit. With the protection of Hades, Lord Devers is our only hope. What are you still hesitating for? Marigi's tempting words shocked everyone. Just as some of the elders were deep in thought and some wanted to refute, the door to the hall was pushed open. The guard captain ran in with an expression of disbelief and excitement. My lords, Turi. Turi is alive. The painting is alive. What are you talking about? Turi is alive? Speak clearly. Scambres shouted in dissatisfaction. Cunegurata took a few steps forward and asked in disbelief, You're saying that the fountain in Turi is producing water again? Yes, my lord. Just when the people were shouting, Let Lord Divers be the king. The fountain in Tully was revived, and now the water has flowed into the square. The excited guard captain did not forget to add, My lords, this is a divine omen. The elders looked at each other in shock, including Marigi, Presinas, and Cunegurata. In this era of worship, the Greeks paid the most attention to divine signs. When praying to the gods, coughing, wind, rain, thunder, and so on, any sudden abnormality would be seen as a sign of the gods. The well-known fountain in Turi became an abandoned spring after the old city of Turii was burned down by the Crotone people. It had been dry for many years, but now it was producing water again. What a great divine sign! Although most Greeks believed that the spring was under the control of Poseidon, some people believed that the fountain on the ground should be under the control of Hades because it came from the ground. Let's go take a look. Cunegurata could not hide his surprise and curiosity. Without hesitation, he took the lead and walked out of the Senate, followed by the other elders. The people who had gathered in front of the Senate ran to the outer edge of the square to the left of the Senate, where the fountain in Turi used to be. In the past, the people of Turi attached great importance to the spring that lent its name to the city. They built a large pool for it, and in the pool, there were several lifelike statues of the goddess of the spring and the nymphs. They were all dressed and playing in the water, which made people daydream. It became a lively place for children to play in the water, old people to rest and relax, men to talk about politics, and women to slaves to draw water. However, after a fire, not only were the statues in the pool destroyed, but the fountain also stopped flowing. There was a rumor among the freedmen that this was the punishment of the gods for the Turii people's treachery. When the city of Turii was rebuilt, Heraclides had the craftsmen build a circle of stone walls to surround the fountain, making it look like a well. After a few years, it had become the most inconspicuous existence near the Victory Square. Now hundreds and thousands of people surrounded it. The people who had been worried about the safety of the alliance were now dancing with joy. When they saw Cunegurata and the other senators coming, they immediately shouted, "Come and see, my honorable lords! The great Hades has heard our cry, and he has responded. Even Hades has agreed to let his descendant, our Devers, be king. What are you still hesitating for? Let the Devers be king, then we can get the blessing of Hades, drive the enemy out of their home, and restore peace to Dionia. Everyone, please be quiet. Let's go in and take a look." Cunegurata said loudly and patiently. The people quickly made way for them. Cunegurata and the others stepped into the water and saw that the stone well that was half a meter high was filled with water, and the water continued to gush out of the well, flowing towards the victory square, forming a long waterway. Cunegurata put his hand in the water. The water was clear and piercingly cold. A strong upward force lifted his palm from the mouth of the spring. That's right, the fountain in the painting had come alive. This cannot be faked. Cunegurata retracted his hand and wiped it on his clothes. This spring water is really sweet. Marigi drank a mouthful of water and praised loudly, causing the other senators to follow suit. Cunegurata looked at the clear spring water that could almost reflect his appearance. He was really confused. Was this really the wish of the gods? However, the people did not give the senators too much time to think. Looking at the eager eyes of the people, the senators knew that they had to give them a clear answer today. After a short but intense discussion, Cunegurata announced to the people on behalf of the senators, "People of Dionia, after discussion, the Senate has accepted your request and elected the consul Devers as the king of the Alliance of Dionia. Of course, we still have to seek the permission of the Devers themselves." Before Cunegurata could finish, the people were already cheering, "Long live the Devers king!" When they returned to the Senate, most of the senators felt a little lost. Although the Devers were life consul of Dionia, they were still senators of the Senate and had similar status. Now that the Devers had suddenly become the king, his status was much higher than the senators. This difference made them feel a strong sense of loss. Cunegurata coughed a few times, wanting to remind everyone to keep their spirits up and discuss the important issue of the Devers king seriously and how to reasonably limit the Devers king's authority. However, before he could say anything, the guard captain rushed in again. Cunegurata's heart skipped a beat. As expected, he shouted anxiously, "Sirs, some of the warships of the Syracuse fleet have docked at the coast north of Castellan. It is said that hundreds of people have landed and are preparing to ambush our villages along the coast." Everyone was shocked. The scene of the Crotone fleet pillaging the villages of Dionia was going to happen again. Fortunately, before this war, the Devers had considered the absolute advantage that the Syracuse fleet had and thought of this possibility. Before he left, he ordered the Ministry of Military Affairs to make some arrangements based on previous experience. For example, setting up observation posts along the east coast of Dionia, building simple defensive facilities in every coastal village, and setting up a small garrison camp in between a few villages before Cunegurata could make a decision. Kappa stood up and said decisively, "I request to immediately lead the troops to stop the Syracuse fleet from coming ashore, to prevent them from causing more losses to our people." The senators did not object to Cappus's request. In fact, he was the only one in the Senate who was familiar with the unique military tactics of Dionia and could lead the troops in a battle. At this point in the war, there were only a few dozen senators left in the Senate. "Looks like we'll have to enlist the free citizens again." Cunegurata's expression was solemn. At this moment, the Talii citizens were almost exhausted, and they could only go to the port area to recruit free people. However, the number of free people, there was not much left other than a large number of sailors of the Ionian fleet and laborers for the logistics of the army. Chapter 454. At the start of the war, Castellan had offered to send troops to participate in the battle, but was politely rejected by the Dionia Senate. Because Dionia's forces were strong enough and Castellan soldiers were too few, it would affect the overall command of the army. Therefore, they only accepted Castellan's warships and rations. Now that Dionia's forces were stretched thin, They had no choice but to ask for help from Castlord. No matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. If Syracuse doesn't launch an all-out attack on us, our forces in Turiae are enough. Capys comforted them. There are still 500 cavalrymen in Turiae. Syracuse's naval fleet can't be deployed for the time being, so we can transfer some sailors to serve as light infantry. Of course, it's better if we can get some heavy infantry from Castellan to strengthen the army. Cunegurata stepped forward and solemnly bowed to Capys. He said in a low voice, "Lord Capys, the safety of Turiae is in your hands." As soon as Cunegurata's voice trailed off, Cornellos and the other senators also bowed to Capys. This was the first time the traditional senators bowed so solemnly to the mercenary Capys. He immediately felt the pressure. He returned a powerful military salute and strode out of the hall. The worried senators looked at each other, and finally, they all looked at the empty seat in the center of the hall in the front row. Before this, they were still troubled by the fact that Devers had become king. Now, this emotion had disappeared without a trace. There was only one thought in their minds. "Devers, when will you come back to save Dionia?" The commander of the Syracuse Navy, Leptinus, had no plans to land on the coast of Turiae and attack Turiae. He knew very well that Turiae was not Trine. It had enough manpower, and his sailors with simple equipment could not take down the city with its high, thick walls and tight defenses. He also did not intend to send his warships into the river Cratae, because Syracuse did not occupy one side of the river, and Turiae had iron chains blocking the river. Once his warships were blocked and trapped in the river, they could easily be burned to ashes by the enemy's fire arrows. Leptinus, of course, was reluctant to place his ship and his experienced crew in such danger, and he sent only a handful of them to raid the outskirts of Turiae in order to force the Daunian fleet, which was concealed in the Cratae River, to come out and fight. Compared to Leptinus' cautiousness, the mercenaries of Syracuse were very arrogant and had no inhibitions. Although Cremissa had called for the people to hide in the city due to the threat of the enemy's army, there were still a few who did not move in time and were slaughtered by the foreign cavalry. The Celts used their spears to carry the heads of the Daionia citizens that they had cut off. There were even women and children among them. The Legio 6 soldiers stationed at the top of the city wall were furious, but they could not attack due to military orders. The governor of Cremissa, Platsilus, was restless in the city hall. When he saw the Legio 6 commander Olivers, he quickly went up to him. "Lord Olivers, you're finally back." Olivers, who had just finished inspecting the defenses of the port, saw Platsilus's anxious face. He could not help but smile in a relaxed manner. "Is the enemy attacking us?" Of course, that was impossible. He had just finished his inspection. How could he not know? "Look at the situation, and you're still in the mood to joke," Platsilus said anxiously. "What happened?" Oliver stopped smiling and asked seriously. "The families of the people that you've imprisoned have come to the city hall to cause trouble again. This time, they've gathered more than 100 people. They even threatened to set up tents in front of the city hall and stay there for a long time if you don't release their loved ones." Platsilus said worriedly. If the people were to cause trouble, his reputation as the governor would be tarnished, and he would become the biggest joke in the Senate. "How dare they?" Oliver sneered. Previously, when he led the Legio 6 to Cremissa, they were blocked by a group of protesters outside the city gate. He was the one who detained them on the grounds of attacking the army and conspiring to rebel, allowing the army to enter the city. These few days, he was busy setting up the defenses of the city. He did not know when some rumors started to spread in the city. With so many soldiers of the Legio 6 stationed in the city, it will only consume our limited food and water reserves. When the people of Syracuse surround the city, the first ones to starve to death will be us, the people of Cremissa. Right now, the people of Syracuse are burning our fields and slaughtering our loved ones outside the city. The soldiers of the Legio 6 should go out of the city to chase them away and protect our loved ones and property, instead of hiding in the city like timid mice. Olivers ignored these rumors and improved the city's defenses according to the established procedures. After learning that the families of the detainees had gathered people to cause trouble in front of the city hall, he still remained calm. This was because after he entered the city, the people that Aristyra's intelligence department had placed in Cremissa had secretly found him. Only then did he know that the spies of Syracuse frequently entered and left Cremissa, colluding with some of the citizens of Cremissa, causing the situation in the city to be so chaotic. At this moment, he said in a deep voice, "Sir Plotsilus, the woman who tried to assassinate Sir Devers is from Cremissa. Sir Devers is merciful, and for the sake of the stability of the alliance, he did not expand the investigation further. However, from the looks of it today, the problem in Cremissa is very serious. Even with military control, the situation in the city is still chaotic these few days. I'm afraid that there are spies of Syracuse inciting trouble. If we don't take strict measures, once the enemy attacks, we will be defending at the top of the city wall, and there will be trouble in the city. This city will be in danger." Plotzilus's expression suddenly changed, and he asked, "What are you going to do?" "Of course I'm going to find him. Anyone who colludes with the enemy and causes trouble will be put on trial and executed." Oliver's face was full of murderous intent, and his palm was like a blade as he swung it down forcefully. Plotsilus was shocked, and he became hesitant again. "This is too harsh. They're all citizens of the Alliance." Oliver's glanced at him, and there was some disdain in his heart. This young senator of Amygdala had always supported the Devers in the Senate, and he was usually quite active in his statements. However, when it came to taking charge and handling political affairs, he was overcautious and hesitant. Therefore, when Scambras was the chief executive of Cremissa, the political situation here was relatively stable. When it was his turn, not only did an assassination occur, the situation almost went out of control. "Master Plotzi, you've been a judge before, so you should know that our military law of Dionia states that those who flee before the battle are serious rebels will be beheaded, and the law of Dionia also states that the highest punishment for traitors is death. This is a time of war. These people who colluded with our enemies and tried to destroy our defense in Cremissa and even betrayed the citizens of the Alliance, shouldn't they be sentenced to death?" Oliver shouted sternly. Master Plotzi thought for a moment and reluctantly said, "All right, I agree with you. However, I hope that you can show the people solid evidence before you execute them." "That's easy," Oliver thought to himself. He immediately agreed. After leaving the city hall, he quickly found personnel from the intelligence department. After their identification, he led the soldiers to search the houses of more than 10 suspicious citizens. All former citizens of Cremissa found a large number of silver coins of 4 drachmas, letters, and even caught 2 Syracuse spies hiding in their homes. Plotsilus had nothing to say anymore. Oliver's faced the people of the city in the square, showed the evidence of more than 10 citizens who had colluded with the enemy, and executed them on the spot. He also arrested and imprisoned the families of the troublemakers. Suddenly, the chaotic situation in Cremissa was greatly changed. Under Oliver's command, the people began to throw themselves into the city's defense. In the past, Ribizot, the chief slave of the Devers residents, used to show the difference in status and demeanor between him and the ordinary slaves in the front yard with an unhurried pace. However, today his legs spun as fast as a wheel. In the blink of an eye, he rushed from the gate to the front yard and arrived at the door of the backyard. Boom! 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 He couldn't hold back his excitement and knocked on the door with all his might. The door was abruptly opened. Asuna, who was watering the plants, was holding a vase filled with water in one hand and pulling the door open with the other. When she saw it was Rabasso, her long, shapely eyebrows furrowed, and she bluntly scolded, "Uncle Rabasso, you're still a supervisor. Don't you know that Madam needs to rest well after giving birth? You knocked so loudly that everyone on the hill could hear it. If you wake little Eunice up and make her cry, Madam will blame you. Let's see what you can do then." "I'm sorry, Asuna. I was too excited. Because Sir Devers, our master, is going to be the king," Ribizot said excitedly. "Really?" Asuna covered her face in shock. The vase fell to the ground and broke into a few pieces, but she didn't even notice it. The elders announced it in front of more than 1,000 people in the square. How can it be fake? As soon as Ribazot's voice fell, Asuna screamed and jumped. She ran to the back like a madwoman with joy. Young people are really not mature enough. Ribazot muttered a few words. He bent down and picked up the fragments of the vase. He showed a regretful expression. What a pity, a good vase of Athens. Chapter 455. I'm sorry. Although Asuna was apologizing, she couldn't stop the joy on her face from overflowing. Leaning against the headboard, Kristoya looked at her and couldn't help but be infected by her. She smiled. I heard your laughter from far away. Tell me, what good news is there? Madam, Lady Agnes. Oh no, Princess Consorts. Congratulations. The Senate has just announced that Lord Devers is the King of Dionia. Asuna said the joy in her heart in one breath. Kristoya's pretty face was also brimming with joy, completely concealing the weakness of childbirth. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that after one of their lovemaking sessions, the Devers had said in high spirits, Little Cyrus is nothing special. In the near future, I'll make you a princess as well. The Devers had really done it. Agnes wasn't as excited as Kristoya and Asuna. After all, Greece had been away from royal politics for hundreds of years, so she didn't feel too much about it. She was just happy for her husband. My two princess consorts, when Cynthia and Adores return from school, let's hold a banquet to celebrate this good news. What do you think? Asuna suggested. Kristoya only pondered for a moment before shaking her head. The people of the Alliance are now worried about the war and their loved ones. If we hold a banquet to celebrate it, it will cause disgust and damage the reputation of the Devers. You're right, Princess Consort, Asuna said hurriedly. Kristoya reminded her again. Don't use the term Princess Consort. Things haven't been completely confirmed yet. Let's not be too pleased with ourselves. Yes, I think it's better to use the old title. It makes people feel closer, Agnes interrupted. Why don't we offer sacrifices to the gods at home tonight, thanking them for their blessings and hoping that they will protect the Devers and allow them to return safely? That's a great suggestion, sister. We should offer sacrifices to Hades and thank him for protecting our husband. At the same time, Kristoya smiled as she looked at Agnes. We have to offer sacrifices to Hera to thank her for allowing me to give birth to a healthy Eunice. I hope she can bless you with a child as well. Agnes gently caressed her slightly protruding belly, revealing a motherly smile. Wow, wow, wow. At that moment, Eunice woke up in the cradle. Io, my little princess. Asuna rushed over and lifted the diaper to take a look. She pooped, and there's quite a lot of it. As she spoke, she skillfully changed the diaper. Early in the morning, the people of Crotone were woken up by the sound of the bugle outside the city. What happened? I'm afraid Syracuse is about to attack the city. The people looked at the city walls filled with soldiers anxiously. Suddenly, a black dot swept past the city wall. Dodge! The people reminded each other. They looked in the direction of the projectiles and scattered. They were already very familiar with the terrifying weapon Syracuse. Its attacks on Ciudad Crotone had not stopped for the past few days. But today's situation was obviously different from the previous 2 days. The projectiles flew past the city walls one after another, smashing into the streets near the city walls. Houses were quickly destroyed, and rubble was everywhere. The people supported their injured relatives and scattered in all directions. The projectiles bombarded the city walls again and again, causing the stone to fall off piece by piece. Lucius, who was watching all this from the top of the city walls, began to feel anxious. Why isn't the Dionia's ballista team retaliating? Why are they letting the enemy fire the projectiles so recklessly? Lord Lucius, the Dionia have no choice. Escamas, who had communicated with the ballista team many times, explained, the towers on our city walls are too narrow to fit a single ballista. They can only place the ballista below the city walls. But the city walls are too high, so the ballista has to be raised, which shortens the range. In other words, they can't attack the enemy's ballista. Lucius understood. Yes, that's why the Dionia suggested that we don't expose our ballista yet. We should wait for the enemy to attack before giving them a heavy blow. Although Astamas did not have a good impression of Dionia before, he knew the importance of unity in the face of a great enemy. Thus, he said frankly, "I think that's a good idea." Lucius thought about it and reluctantly agreed with the suggestion of the Dionia ballista team. But what do we do now? The enemy is using more ballista today than 2 days ago. I'm afraid that the city walls will collapse. Don't worry, that won't happen for the time being. Escamas comforted him. We can only wait for the enemy to attack, and then give them a heavy blow. I believe that the Syracuse people will make their move soon. As Escama spoke, his eyes were fixed on the wide earthen rampart that the Syracuse people had built over the past few days. It was taller than the city walls, and he believed that compared to the ballista, this was the real threat to the city's defenses. Yesterday, he had sent soldiers out of the city to destroy it, but they were defeated by the well-prepared Syracuse people. He had even thought of digging a tunnel to get there, but the city was surrounded by a moat, and when the tunnel was dug below the moat, water started seeping, scaring the soldiers into retreating. Otherwise, they might drown in the tunnel. In the end, it was the Dionia people who told him that there was a way to destroy that earthen rampart, and he was temporarily relieved. Escamas knew that although there was no one above the earthen rampart now, when the siege began, it would be filled with Syracuse archers, firing arrows at the soldiers on the city walls. "I'll go take a look at the Trine people. I'll leave everything here to you," Lysias said solemnly. The continuous roars made him extremely nervous, as if the city walls would collapse at any time, so he wanted to leave as soon as possible. Coincidentally, Cypros was leading the Trine soldiers to defend the northern part of the city today. As the chief general of Crotone, it was necessary for him to pay his respects. At the same time, he had to pay his respects to the thousands of Zillian soldiers who were defending the southern part of the city. They were also a reliable force. Because Syracuse had massacred the Zillian city, the families and friends of these soldiers were either killed, sold as slaves, or sent to foreign lands. The anger of the Zillian soldiers could only be appeased with the blood of the Syracuse people, and they were the ones who hoped that Syracuse would attack. Just as Lysias was about to leave, an urgent report came from the guards. Countless Syracuse warships had appeared outside the port and were preparing to invade the bay. Crotone was somewhat similar to Tarentum. Their port and the city itself were one, but the port was built in the bay. As the bay was larger, it was impossible for the Crotone people to blockade it. Therefore, when the enemy's fleet broke in, it was possible that they would land on the side and rear of Ciudad Crotone, which was the southeast of the city. Although there was also a city wall there, while defending the city wall, they also had to be wary of the enemy breaking into the port and landing at the docks. This required a higher level of command and judgment from the commander, especially when Crotone did not have too many troops. "We need an experienced commander to command the few soldiers in the port area and prevent the enemy from attacking our rear," Escamas said solemnly. Lysias understood what he meant and said without hesitation, "I will send Myron." Myron, the former chief general of Crotone, was expelled by the citizens of Crotone after leading his army to defeat Dionia. He had no choice but to run to the Peloponnesus Peninsula not far from Crotone, and lived in seclusion in the coastal city of Kallion, within the borders of Elis. It was only when the army of Syracuse invaded Greece that Crotone decided to recall the exiled citizens, so that they could work together to fight against the people of Syracuse. As soon as Myron received the news, he immediately returned to Crotone, but by then, the Crotone army had already set off for Syrium, so he stayed in the city as a normal citizen until he was mobilized today. After hearing Lysias' words, Escamas smiled, but the smile quickly disappeared because the enemy had begun their attack. A few hundred meters away, the army of Syracuse slowly approached the city wall in a loose, seemingly endless formation. At the very front were some strange-looking construction machines pushed by the people of Syracuse, such as siege hammers, and wooden carriages that were 5 to 6 meters long that were similar to the siege hammers, had a roof, and hid people inside. What worried Escamas the most were the 3 huge, movable wooden towers that were taller than the city wall. Although it was the first time Escamas saw them in battle, a word immediately flashed through his mind: siege towers. He had heard that the people of Syracuse used siege towers to take down many of Carthage's cities in Sicily, but now that he saw the real thing, he was shocked. When the soldiers saw the huge engineering tower slowly approaching them, they were also shocked and at a loss of what to do. "Keep your spirits up," Ascamas shouted, and continued to encourage the soldiers and himself. "Don't be fooled by the size of that thing. It can't cross the moat." That's right, the monster can't cross the moat with the moat. The soldiers were temporarily relieved. Then they saw the enemy's siege column stop advancing. Thousands of naked men walked out from it, carrying bags on their backs, and staggered towards the city wall. Behind them were fully armed light infantry of Syracuse, pushing the shielding carriages behind them. Could it be that they're the slaves of Syracuse, preparing to fill our moat? Charybdis and his companions around him had the same thought, and they gripped the javelins and bows in their hands tightly. Chapter 456. When the slaves staggered to the front of the antlers, the soldiers on top of the city wall started firing arrows. Instantly, screams could be heard from below the city wall. Just when Columbus and his men were about to draw their arrows and javelins again, the slaves below the city wall started shouting, "Don't shoot. I'm Siphanus, the son of Sippicus. I'm Perillus, the neighbor of Ascamas." The Crotone soldiers were stunned. The people below the city wall were not slaves, but their compatriots who were captured after the previous battle. "Damn you, Syracuse. You should go to hell, Dionysius." Ascamas angrily punched the battlement. Blood instantly dyed his fist red. He did not expect Dionysius to ignore the Greek tradition and let the Greek captives be used as human shields during the siege. At this time, Dionysius, who had already followed the archers up the earthen rampart, looked down at the situation below the city wall with a cold smile on his face. After the previous battle, Syracuse had captured nearly 10,000 captives. After going through threats, beatings, fasting, and other torture, more than 2,000 people were willing to pull out the antlers below the city wall and fill up the moat for Syracuse in exchange for the promise that they would not be killed or sold as slaves. Among these 2,000 people, there are not only Crotone soldiers, but also a few Cilitinians and Treme people. However, there were no Dionia people. On one hand, the Dionia soldiers had the least number of captives, and more than half of them had been exchanged by Dionia. As for the remaining Bruttii captives, Dionysius had other uses for them. On the other hand, most of the pure Greeks and Lacanians were stubborn. Dionysius did not want to think about this annoying little problem. He was proud of the strategy he had used. He wanted to see how the Crotone people would deal with it. For this reason, he ordered the archers not to shoot first. He wanted to preserve their strength and arrows. When the whole army attacked, they would clear the obstacles on top of the city wall for the army. On top of the city wall, the aide-de-camp asked anxiously, "General, what should we do?" Ascamas did not answer immediately. He let the guards bandage his left hand while he looked at the Crotone captives under the pressure of Syracuse. They walked to the moat and threw the soil bags they were carrying into the moat. Then, they turned back to destroy the antlers that the defenders had carefully placed. Ascamas cursed these traitors in his heart, but he did not dare to order an attack on them because he remembered that the Crotone's former enemy, the Turii, their chief general, Cunigarata, had saved the city by closing the city gate. Although he had saved the city, it resulted in the deaths of some of the citizen soldiers. Not only did the people not forgive him, they not only expelled Cunigarata, but they also harmed his family. Now that he had ordered the Crotone captives to be killed, even if the enemy's attack was repelled, the families of the thousands of dead would hate him in the future. He was afraid that his fate would be worse than Cunigarata's. Ascamas was not a general who only knew how to fight. To be able to be elected as a general in Crotone, a powerful Greek state with tens of thousands of citizens, his political knowledge was not low. After quickly weighing the pros and cons, he said to his adjutant, "Go to the city hall immediately and tell the council about the situation here. Let them make a decision." After the adjutant left, Ascamas saw that a small section of the moat was about to be cut off. He could not help but sigh and ordered his men, "Quickly find some ropes and hang them under the city wall. Let them grab them and climb up." He did not dare to open the city gate. afraid that the Syracuse people would take the opportunity to rush in. The soldiers hurriedly found ropes and hung them under the city wall. Then, they shouted at their compatriots, "Come here, grab the ropes, and climb up." Some of the captives heard this and ran over the filled moat. However, the light infantry of Syracuse immediately fired arrows at them. These weak captives who had never eaten their fill were easily shot down. The soldiers on the city wall retaliated angrily, but most of them could not hit the Syracuse people who hid behind the barricades. Instead, they accidentally injured their own compatriots. The captives did not dare to act rashly anymore. Seeing this, Escamas had no choice but to give up on trying to save his compatriots. The Crotone Council was obviously not prepared for Syracuse to use the captives to attack the city. The debate was intense, but they could not come to a decision. This gave the people of Syracuse enough time to let the captives fill up a few sections of the moat and clear out the barricades on both sides of the moat. Escamas looked on gloomily, but he quickly forced himself to cheer up. "If that's the case, then let's fight face to face." As if they heard Escamas's inner cry, the captives were chased back and did not appear again. When Dionysius saw that everything was ready, he proudly gave the order from the high platform, "Attack." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt something cold on his face. He reached out and touched it. It was actually water. "It's raining?" Dionysius looked up at the sky. The previously clear sky had become gloomy. Although it was only a small raindrop, Dionysius was a little worried. The weight of the siege towers would cause the soil to soften after being soaked in the rain, causing the wheels to sink into the mud and not be able to move. "Hurry up and attack," he ordered again. The bugle sounded. Stone bullets whizzed past the sky above Ciudad Crotone, and the black mass of enemies slowly surged forward like a tide. The sound of bugle horns, war drums, shouts, and footsteps mixed together, pounding against the eardrums of the defending soldiers, causing their breathing to quicken. "It's starting," Escamas whispered. He picked up the javelin and walked to the battlement. At this moment, a black dot suddenly swept past the sky above his head, followed by another. He suddenly widened his eyes and looked up. He heard the soldiers next to him shouting excitedly, Our ballistae are finally starting to show their power." "That's not Crotone's ballistae," Escamas thought to himself. However, seeing that the soldiers' morale was rising, he did not mind. Instead, he felt lucky. Fortunately, Dionia and Crotone were on the same side. The Crotone soldiers were excited, but the Syracuse soldiers were anxious, especially Dionysius. He saw with his own eyes that almost all the stone bullets that flew out of the city hit the siege towers not far away. He heard Facipizes say, "Dionia also has ballistae." Since he did not see Crotone use it for the past 2 days, he thought that Dionia did not lend this powerful weapon to Crotone. Instead, they used it to defend against Asprustum. He did not expect Crotone to hide it until Syracuse attacked the city. Cunning Crotone people. Dionysius cursed. He knew that the enemy's ballistae were aimed at the siege towers, but there was nothing he could do. Inform our cannoneers to attack the areas inside the city where the ballistae could be. Although Dionysius had given the order, he knew that the accuracy of the ballistae was not high. It was too difficult to hit the enemy when they could not see where the enemy's ballistae were. However, the siege troops were already close to the city walls, and the ballistae could no longer attack the walls to avoid accidentally injuring their own people. It was good to make some attempts to disrupt Ciudad Crotone. In front of the massive siege troops, the enemy only had a dozen ballistae. They could not do much. The key was to take the top of the city wall. Dionysius quickly made a decision. Under his command, hundreds of archers on the rampart began to fire arrows at the top of the city wall, suppressing the enemy's attack on the soldiers below. The Crotone light infantry on the top of the city wall also began to rain arrows on the enemies approaching the moat. The Syracuse soldiers crossed the moat and braved the javelins thrown by the Crotone soldiers. They carried the scaling ladders up the city wall. The scaling ladders were specially made by the Crotone people after many sieges. There were 2 curved iron hooks at the top of the ladders, which could be hooked onto the battlements so that the scaling ladders could not be easily pushed down. The Crotone soldiers could not push down the scaling ladders quickly, so they could only throw javelins and stones to attack the enemies climbing the walls. They poured oil on them and burned the scaling ladders with fire. The Syracuse light infantry also came out from behind the armored vehicles and rushed to the bottom of the city wall. They fired arrows at the top of the city wall to reduce the attacks from the defenders. Syracuse's siege weapons were the slowest. The ones running at the front were wooden carts with canopies. With the help of the people in the carts, they finally reached the filled moat. Under the protection of the canopies, the people in the carts picked up the tools and began to tamp the ground again. They filled the gaps with soil and laid wooden planks to ensure that the heavy siege towers could pass through the moat. The Dionia's ballistae were concentrated not far behind the western wall. They were spaced apart and surrounded by houses, so it was relatively safe. However, as the ballistae were scattered over a wide area, it was impossible to adjust the trajectory of the ballistae using the same data after calculating the target. There were not that many cannoneers from the Faculty of Mathematics. Therefore, Curtorod made a suggestion. 10 ballistae should bombard the same area or target at the same time to increase the accuracy. After the ballistae were fired, the other ballistae could adjust the shooting data according to the height and speed of the stone projectiles. This suggestion was approved by the ballistae team. Their main target now was the siege tower that was approaching them. Curtorod kept his eyes on the observer who was holding a colorful flag on the city wall. The position he was standing at was the location of the siege tower. He used the flag to indicate the distance between the siege tower and the city wall. Then, the observer pointed the flag to the left and repeated the action twice. The next number was the direction and distance of the stone projectiles fired by Curtorod. Chapter 457. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath to calm himself down. After a quick calculation in his mind, he said in a deep voice, "Keep the angle of elevation unchanged. Tilt the cannon to the left by 1 degree. Reduce the range by 1 square. Keep the original weight of the cannonball." The gunner immediately followed his instructions. Fire. The cannonballs whistled through the air. One after another, more cannonballs flew out of the city. However, more cannonballs were flying in from outside the city. Boom, boom, boom. The trembling sound was mixed with cries of alarm and misery. One of the cannonballs landed near the ballista that Curtorod was standing on. Stone chips flew everywhere. Curtorod, however, remained unmoved. After this period of training, he was no longer a scholar who had just graduated from the academy, the nickname given to him by the legionnaires. He had become a qualified soldier. The siege tower of Syracuse was far superior to the one used by Dionia to conquer Napatisha. It was 20 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 12 meters high. It was trapezoidal in shape and had 7 floors. The top floor was a circular wooden disc with 5 archers inside. They could shoot arrows at the top of the city wall from above. There was also a battering ram hanging on the bottom floor. The second last floor was almost as high as the city wall, where a drawbridge could be lowered to allow the soldiers inside the tower to rush to the top of the city wall. The third last floor was slightly lower than the top of the city wall, where another terrifying weapon invented by the people of Syracuse was placed, the ventral bow. Therefore, this was a super siege tower. It required hundreds of people behind the tower and on both sides to push it. Dionia's cannonballs kept falling around the tower, splashing mud everywhere. The splashes of mud mixed with rainwater hit the bodies of the soldiers, causing them to feel pain. Those who were hit by the cannonballs died a horrible death. The soldiers around them were so scared that they quickly ran away. Since the city was densely packed with soldiers, there was only a large empty space near the siege tower. The commanding officer of the siege tower sensed the danger. He urged the workers behind the tower to push the siege tower faster. As long as they reached the city wall, nothing could threaten the siege tower. At the same time, the third floor of the siege tower opened up, revealing the 2 abdomen archers. They looked like cannons, except that they were equipped with a huge bow that was placed flat on the launcher. The operator forcefully turned the pulley, pulled the thick and solid bowstring, and put in an equally large iron arrow. The distance of 30 meters was very easy for the abdominal archers to aim. The abdominal archer on the right even aimed his iron arrow at the general with the colorful tassels on his helmet. Phew! Accompanied by the sound of the bowstring, the iron arrow flashed and reached the top of the city wall. When Escamas opened the window on the siege tower, his years of experience on the battlefield made him feel uneasy. He instinctively sat down on the battlements. Then, he heard two shrill screams. The soldier behind him, who was holding a round shield to block the arrows from the siege tower and the earthen rampart, was pierced in the chest by the iron arrow. The strong kinetic energy also pierced through the soldier behind him and nailed him to the wall behind him. The other iron arrow pierced through 3 people at once. The soldiers around him, including Escamas, were shocked when they saw this. The giant siege tower of Syracuse, which played a key role in the capture of Carthage's important city of Mortia, showed its ferocious face. It was like a giant beast bearing its fangs and claws, slowly approaching the city wall. The soldiers guarding the city were panicking and did not know what to do. At this critical moment, a black dust streaked across the top of the city wall like a meteor, smashing into the watchtower on the top of the siege tower with a powerful kinetic energy. Bang! A hole was easily punched through the thick wooden planks. Splinters flew everywhere and pierced the faces and bodies of the Syracuse archers in the watchtower like steel needles, causing them to scream in pain. But this was not the end. The stone bullet that fell into the tower followed the wooden ladder and landed on the feet of a soldier who was loading his bow on the 3rd floor from the bottom of the siege tower. He screamed in pain, which caused the other soldiers to panic and delay the firing of the bow. "We hit it! We hit it! Our ballistae hit it!" The soldiers guarding the city cheered as if they had won the entire battle. They used this action to dispel the fear in their hearts. Escamas sighed in his heart. Compared to the huge siege tower, the stone bullets from the ballistae were like a drop in the ocean. They were not enough to cause much damage. Just as Escamas finished sighing, he saw one stone bullet after another flying towards the siege tower. Just as the soldiers sighed that they had missed, and some even began to pray to Apollo, their prayers seemed to be answered. A stone bullet flew from the side and hit the middle of the siege tower, causing the enemy to cry out in shock. Following that, another stone bullet flew right into the layer where the garboard was lifted and the bowstring was about to be fired. The bowstring shattered with a sound. All kinds of parts and wood shavings flew randomly in the narrow space, in exchange for the soldiers' blood-curdling screams and splatters of blood. Then, another stone bullet smashed into the lower part of the siege tower. Even though the soldiers were cheering nonstop, the siege tower, which had a few holes in it, was still slowly approaching the city wall. However, as it moved, the body of the tower began to shake. Loose wooden planks kept falling down, causing the laborers who were pushing the tower to scatter in panic. The siege tower began to collapse from top to bottom. Dionysius, who was standing on top of the rampart outside the city, looked at the scene with an ashen face. He knew that under his supervision, Phasapeses had gathered nearly 10,000 men under the command of the engineers to speed up the construction of the siege towers, and they had completed 3 in a few days. However, due to the lack of time, the siege towers were not very sturdy, and the impact of the stone cannons must have damaged the internal structure of the siege towers. "My lord, look! The siege tower has crossed the moat." Damocles shouted excitedly to divert Dionysius's attention. "Our siege hammers have reached the bottom of the city. I think the walls of Crotone will tremble under its impact." Another subordinate said, not to be outdone. Indeed, the walls of Crotone were full of Syracuse soldiers. They attracted most of the attacks from the defenders, and the siege towers, siege hammers, and siege carts, the wooden wheelbarrows used to fortify the moat. When they reached the bottom of the city, the people in the carts could use tools such as pickaxes to dig out and loosen the toughest part of the walls, the stones, and cause the walls to collapse. These large-scale siege weapons successfully reached the bottom of the city. The destruction of one siege tower did not affect the outcome of the battle. Once the siege weapons attacked together, the walls of Crotone would be in big trouble. However, Dionysius looked up at the sky worriedly. The clouds were getting thicker, and the rain was getting heavier. He could barely open his eyes. If the rain continued like this, then it was as if the rain was responding to his worries. Crack! Boom! A blinding light flashed in the sky, followed by the rumbling of thunder. The sound drowned out all the noise on the battlefield. The soldiers on both sides were shocked, and they looked up at the sky. The wind grew stronger. The rain became heavier, and soon it became a downpour. Lightning, thunder, wind, and rain became the main characters of the world. The soldiers were no longer fighting. Instead, they were cowering and hiding under the city walls or in the watchtowers. That was because a bolt of lightning had struck the ground and split a siege tower in half. The people who saw this tragic scene were all stunned. This was the wrath of the king of gods. The soldiers on both sides trembled in fear and started to pray to Zeus. "My lord, it's too dangerous here. Let's go down." His subordinates came to persuade Dionysius. Dionysius looked in front of him reluctantly, but the rain was too heavy. His vision was all white. He had no choice but to give the order, "Retreat." The sound of the bugle could not be heard in such bad weather. Luckily, the soldiers of Syracuse did not need to give the order. They had already retreated. At the same time, the people of Crotone didn't dare to give chase in such a terrible weather. A large-scale siege had just begun, but it was aborted due to the interference of nature. As soon as Dionysius went down the rampart that took a few thousand men 2 days to build slowly collapsed under the fierce rain. He cursed helplessly. Crotone got lucky this time. "It seems like Zeus is protecting them this time," one of the subordinates said. Dionysius immediately glared at him fiercely. "Shut your mouth. This has nothing to do with Zeus. It's just a coincidence." Meanwhile, Ascamas was praying to Zeus on the wall. Crotone did not have many rainy days during the winter. The rain today was one of a kind, so the people of Crotone believed it was a blessing from the gods. Even though they were being washed away by the wind and rain, their morale was boosted. The war between Syracuse and the Southern Alliance was closely watched by many factions, as it concerned the hegemony of the Greek city-states in the Western Mediterranean. Carthage hated Syracuse to the core, even though they had been fighting against it for 100 years. Unfortunately, reality forced the Senate of Carthage to reject Dionea's request for an alliance. Of course, they hoped that Syracuse's army would suffer a setback or even suffer heavy losses in the war. However, the news they received was that Syracuse was winning. Even Crotone and Dionia were in danger under the fierce attack of Dionysius's army. Carthage was even more afraid of Syracuse's strength. Margo, who was in charge of the defense in Sicily, wrote several letters to the Senate, requesting to launch small attacks on Syracuse's allies to divert Syracuse's attention, slow down Dionysius's attack on the north, and prevent him from forming a stronger Syracuse after conquering Greece. The Senate, headed by Hanno, rejected his proposal. To prevent him from acting recklessly, the Senate even sent an inspector to Sicily to supervise the mobilization of the Sicilian army. The Senate of Carthage watched the progress of the war in Greece with trepidation. Meanwhile, the Battle of Corinth on the Peloponnesus Peninsula was still ongoing. Chapter 458. Agesilaus only invited a few good friends as his distinguished guests to return to his mother's country that he had been away from for a long time, including Xenophon. While Agesilaus was treating his body, he also paid attention to the war in Corinth and the news from Greece. On this day, Xenophon visited Agesilaus' residence. Agesilaus warmly led him into the living room. As soon as he sat down, Xenophon expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "King Aegeus, today, the Council of Elders informed me that they will accept me as an honored guest of Sparta and grant me a piece of land in Sicily. Thank you very much for your selfless help. You have finally given me, an exiled person, a home. Sicily, that's a good place. The land is fertile, and it's close to the forest. You can often see herds of wild deer, and it's near the Olympia in Elis. It'll be much more convenient for you to watch the Olympia in the future." Agesilaus smiled and congratulated him. Then, He said seriously, "Xenophon, this is Sparta's compensation to you. If you hadn't given your all to help Sparta, Athens wouldn't have expelled you. Sparta will not let down any friend who has helped it sincerely." Although Aegeus spoke with sincerity, Xenophon no longer wanted to talk about the crime of treason that Athens had labeled him with. He changed the topic and said, "I wonder how the war in Corinth is progressing. According to the latest intelligence, the people of Corinth have suffered too many casualties and the land is barren. Many people are starting to get tired of the war. Some even secretly contacted Praxetas in an attempt to negotiate a truce." Agesilaus said, "That's a good thing. As long as we continue to strengthen our attacks, I believe that the pro-peace faction in Corinth will definitely grow stronger. Corinth will eventually side with Sparta," Xenophon said happily. "But there's also bad news," Agesilaus said with a serious expression. Agesilaus said with a serious expression, "The Corinthians and the Argos have secretly formed an alliance." "Alliance? What kind of alliance?" Xenophon asked curiously. Corinth and Argos were originally members of the anti-Sparta alliance. It seemed unnecessary for them to establish an alliance of their own. Just like what your good friend did in Greece, Corinth and Argos moved the boundary stone between the two cities, allowing the citizens of both cities to enjoy the same citizenship. They merged, Agesilaus said with a heavy tone. One had to know that Sparta and Argos had been enemies for centuries. Unlike Athens, even if Athens had lost the war, Sparta had only destroyed Athens' hegemony, had still given them a way to live. If Argos had lost the war, it would have lost a layer of skin even if it didn't die. That was because Argos had always been against Sparta. Even as far back as the Hippocratic War, all the city-states of the Peloponnesus Peninsula had joined the anti-Persia alliance and made Sparta the leader of the alliance to fight against Persia. Argos was the only one who didn't. It would rather become a spy for Persia in secret because of Sparta. Therefore, Sparta didn't want to see Argos' strength grow even the slightest bit. Xenophon was well aware of the complicated relationship. He thought about it and smiled. "Actually, you don't have to worry. The establishment of an alliance between these two city-states might be a good thing for Sparta." "Oh, tell me about it." Agesilaus' heart skipped a beat. He leaned forward and put on a posture of listening carefully. Now that the anti-Sparta alliance is working together to fight against Sparta, Thebes, Corinth, Athens, Megara, and Argos have all sent troops to fight. The merger of Corinth and Argos only made Argos more enthusiastic in aiding Corinth. However, Argos and Sparta are mortal enemies, so the pressure on Sparta hasn't increased much. On the contrary, Xenophon organized his words and said, "Corinth and Argos are two city-states with a long history. Their political traditions, customs, and interests are deeply rooted and very different. For example, Corinth is a noble with power, while Argos is more like Sparta." Agesilaus nodded. He understood that Xenophon was talking about oligarchy. Corinth believes in Poseidon, while Argos admires Zeus and Agamemnon. The ancient city of Mycenae is in Argos, and the Argos often boast that they have ancient Greek royal blood and are nobler than Sparta. Corinth is mainly commercial, while Argos is farming. Corinth is shrewd and slick, while Argos is conservative and straightforward. These are two completely different city-states. Now that they have merged together in a hurry, it must be a decision made by the rulers of the two city-states under the pressure of Sparta's attack. However, it may cause more conflicts and contradictions between the people of the two city-states, causing the resentful people of Corinth to lean towards Sparta. Agesilaus' eyes lit up. "Xenophon, what you said makes a lot of sense. I will convey your opinion to the other elders at tomorrow's Elders' Council meeting." He stood up excitedly, paced back and forth, and said, "In addition, I will write a letter to Prosotac, telling him not to attack Corinth too hastily, but to send more people to sow discord and contact Corinth's opponents." Xenophon nodded secretly. This was why he was willing to follow Agesilaus. There was no lack of power struggles between the two kings of Sparta. The most famous one was the struggle between Cleomenes and Demaratos before the Hippocratic War. The reason why Pausanias attacked Lysander was not only because he was worried that he would threaten the royal power, but also because Lysander fully supported the other Sparta king, Agesilaus. And this time, the elder council used the excuse of recuperation to transfer Agesilaus, who was leading the army in the front line, back and replaced him with the confidant of the new king, Agesilaus. The reason behind this was probably worth investigating. But Agesilaus still gave Prosotac advice regardless of the past, which showed his breadth of mind. Therefore, Xenophon said sincerely, "King Agesilaus, your advice will be of great help to Sparta in conquering Corinth." Agesilaus smiled. "Xenophon, you are right. How can it be so easy for a city-state to fuse? Sparta and Messenia also took decades to become one." But he looked doubtful. Dionia not only merged the different Greek city-states of Thurii, Amendalara, and Cremissa, but also the Lucanians and the Bruttii. Moreover, they were able to maintain stability for a few years. How did your old friend do it? After the rise of Dionia, due to the Devers, Xenophon had of course thought about the reasons for the rapid growth of the city-state alliance. But because Hellas was the foundation of Sparta, there were some things that he could not say. Therefore, he did not answer directly. Instead, he sighed. The city-state alliance of Dionia has been established for too short a time. Rashly waging war with Syracuse will cause it endless trouble. I'm afraid it's not just trouble. It's already a disaster for Dionia, Agesilaus said solemnly. He then briefly told Xenophon about the series of battles that happened after Syracuse invaded Greece. After Xenophon returned to Greece, he was first busy leading the mercenaries to fight against the anti-Sparta coalition. Then, he followed Elias to Sparta and was busy settling down. He did not have the energy nor the channels to understand the war in Greece. He did not expect the situation in Greece to change so drastically in just a month. Dionia was surrounded by enemies and was in danger. Agesilaus continued. In fact, we did not expect the war in Greece to progress so quickly. We originally wanted to mediate the war when both sides were in a stalemate so that Syracuse could send reinforcements as soon as possible to join our war against Corinth, especially since its fleet could relieve our blockade by Athens at sea. However, based on the current situation, Dionysius, who has the absolute advantage, will never stop the war. So I was thinking if I could make Dionia surrender. Xenophon really thought that Agesilaus wanted Greece to end the war as soon as possible so that Syracuse could assist Sparta. Of course, he did not know that there was another important reason in Agesilaus' heart. A stronger Syracuse was not what Sparta wanted to see, because it was very likely that it would not be willing to cooperate with Sparta anymore. Therefore, keeping Dionia, which could threaten Syracuse, was beneficial to the balance of power in the Western Mediterranean. It could also prevent the situation in the Western Mediterranean from getting out of Sparta's control. Xenophon recalled the days when he and the young mercenary leader were fighting and fleeing in Persia a few years ago. The more difficult the situation was, the stronger his fighting spirit was, and he could often think of good ways to help the mercenaries out of trouble. Therefore, he reminded Agesilaus, based on my understanding of the Devers, he will not accept the suggestion of Dionia surrendering to Syracuse. He will definitely fight to the death. Agesilaus sighed. No matter what, we have to give it a try. What do you think of sending Callisthorpes to Thurii? Callisthorpes. Xenophon could no longer form a clear image of the Sparta censor who had fought together in Persia. Ever since Callisthorpes returned to Sparta with Tiburon, it had been 3 to 4 years. Xenophon had not seen him again. He lamented. In Persia, Callisthorpes had a good relationship with the Devers. Chapter 459. In the southwest corner of the city of Athens, on a hillside that used to be called Pre, the people of Athens built a magnificent meeting hall 100 years ago to celebrate the overthrow of the tyrant Pisistratus. It could accommodate 500 people at the same time. It faced the Acropolis of Athens not far to the east and was next to the once famous Mount Ares Council. It was a symbol of the people of Athens turning over. After the burning of the city by the Persia and the celebration of Athens' victory in the Greco-Persian War, the people rebuilt it again. This was the famous 500-member council. The City Hall of Athens was next to this magnificent building. It looked so inconspicuous, but the 10 generals who were elected every year worked here. Today, the ruling council of the generals in Athens held a meeting and invited Isocrates to participate in the discussion of the war against Corinth and the war in Greece. Chief General Serasiblos was the first to speak. Generals, today Corinth sent an envoy to Athens, asking for reinforcements. Now the situation in Corinth's territory is not very good. Sparta's attack is fierce, and they can't resist it. This has caused the nobles who are pro-Sparta in the city to become arrogant. They propose to negotiate with Sparta in the council, and they receive some support from the people. The morale of Corinth's people is weakening. We must support Corinth. Otherwise, once Corinth turns to Sparta, Sparta can break through the barrier of the isthmus and force their way to Athens. Our long wall has not been repaired yet, and we can't let the dirty feet of Sparta trample on our port of Piraeus, which has just resumed trade, and the territory of Attica, which has not yet recovered its vitality. And if we are defeated, this time Sparta's damage to Athens will be even greater than the last time. Athens will not be able to withstand such torture again. Androgetes, who was born as a public speaker, said angrily. His words reminded the others of the dark reign of the 30 tyrants 10 years ago. They all declared, "Help Corinth immediately. Send more soldiers to support Corinth and stop Sparta's attack." It's not enough to stop Sparta. Since the beginning of the war, our allied forces have never defeated Sparta in the wild. In the long run, the morale of the allied army would only get lower and lower. The city-states that hated Sparta would also lose the courage to resist. Therefore, we must defeat Sparta in order to win this war. A younger general said loudly, "It's not that easy to defeat Sparta on land, Iphicrates." General Canaan, the loser of the Battle of Ram River and the victor of the Battle of Nidon Sea, who brought back a large fleet from Athens, sighed. If we could defeat Sparta on land, with our invincible navy, Sparta would not be so arrogant today. So, I asked the council to authorize me to lead the troops I have trained to support Corinth. I will do my best to defeat Sparta, Iphicrates said firmly. Thrasybulus stared at the mountain man from Attica's Ceratia region. He knew that Sparta had ravaged Attica during the Peloponnesus War. Iphicrates hated Sparta very much, and he had been studying how to defeat Sparta's heavy infantry. The troops you have trained? You mean the army of nearly 1,000 Cerathrian light shieldsmen and Cretan archers? Can these light infantries defeat the Spartans? We have to admit that compared to the Sparta, who have received cruel training since young, our citizen soldiers are no match for them. But the heavy infantry also has its flaws. They move slowly and cannot move easily. So, we let the agile light infantry throw javelins and arrows at them from a distance. The heavy infantry can't catch up with the light infantry and can only passively take a beating. Iphicrates said confidently, "I believe you have all heard of the Archon Devers of Dionia. He is known as the undefeated general by the Greeks. He is a man who is good at using light infantry. I have heard that he has also organized light infantry into separate battalions. Especially during the Second War with Crotone, he made full use of the light infantry and defeated the flanks of Crotone's heavy infantry, which eventually led to the defeat of Crotone. So, I am confident that I can use this light infantry to defeat Sparta." Serasiblos listened and looked at Canaan. Canaan nodded and said loudly, "I hope that Iphicrates can defeat Sparta." I agreed to send Iphicrates to lead the army to Corinth. Androgetes also expressed his agreement. I have no objections. The other generals also expressed their agreement. After all, in a situation where everyone was afraid of fighting Sparta on land, someone suddenly stood up and said with confidence, "He can defeat Sparta." This confidence alone was enough to inspire everyone. I also agree. Serasiblos also voted in favor. Then he reminded, "But, Iphicrates, when you lead the light infantry that you have trained to Corinth, you also need to bring along our citizen militia. Let them participate in the battle against Sparta. This is to prevent the people of Corinth from misunderstanding that we are slacking and not doing our best. I understand, Thrasybulus. You're the most thoughtful. Iphicrates sincerely expressed his gratitude, and at the same time, he requested, then I need a deputy general to lead our citizen militia. Sarasiblos thought for a moment, then turned to look at Conon and said, how about sending Timotheus? Timotheus was Conon's eldest son. Although he was only in his 20s, he had been wandering with his father in Persia for many years, helping his father deal with military affairs and participating in battles. He was already a very experienced general, especially when it came to naval battles. Conon knew that Sarasiblos' suggestion would be very helpful in increasing his son's influence in Athens. After all, he had been in Persia, and the people of Athens were not familiar with him. But at the same time, fighting against Sparta would also be very dangerous. Conon answered without hesitation, no problem. Most of the others also agreed. In this case, I will make a proposal to the council this afternoon. It should be approved, and we will send reinforcements to Corinth. Sarasiblos made the decision, but his expression was still not relaxed. He looked around and said in a deep voice, just now, Iphicrates talked about Dionia. Everyone should know about the war in Greece. Dionia, which is friendly with us, is in a very bad situation now. Not only do they lose the battle, but they are also surrounded by enemies on all sides. Their sea route is blocked, and there seems to be a rebellion in their country. Isocrates, you have been to Dionia before, so you know it better than us. Do you think that with the current situation of Dionia, it can still resist the attack of Syracuse? To be honest, Isocrates was a little embarrassed at this time. Before this, he had vowed to Sarasiblos that Dionia is a greater danger to the Greek world than Syracuse. He did not expect that in the blink of an eye, Dionia was about to be destroyed. As a scholar and a speaker, Isocrates was not a scholar who only knew how to use his brain, mouth, and hands, and did not understand military affairs. In fact, every citizen of Athens had participated in at least 1 or 2 battles in their life. Therefore, he cleared his throat and said slowly in a hoarse voice, the southern Italian coalition army has lost the battle, and many Greek city-states have been conquered by Syracuse. Dionia is also surrounded by enemies on all sides, and the domestic political situation is unstable. But please note that the army of Dionia has not suffered a complete defeat. Their commander, the Devers, has still not returned from Lucania. How can we conclude that Dionia will be completely defeated? What if the Devers, who are said to be blessed by the Hades, who have created many military miracles, create another miracle and turn the situation around? If there is a miracle, of course we will all be happy, because it will be beneficial to Athens. We also hope that Dionia can create a miracle, or at least hold back Syracuse, so that the war in Greece can continue. Sarasiblos said with a serious expression, but we also have to be prepared for Dionia to be conquered by Syracuse. Once the war in Greece is over, Diogenes is likely to agree to Sparta's request and send Syracuse's navy and land forces to aid Sparta. I heard that Syracuse has more than 400 triple-R warships. Even if they send out 1/3 of them, it will still change the situation of Sparta's navy, which is currently at a complete disadvantage. Although Conon had a large number of troops and had defeated the Sparta navy, the old general still did not let his guard down. Moreover, Syracuse has a huge army of up to 80,000 people, which is double the number of soldiers that Athens had when they attacked Sicily. O my Athens, is Syracuse still a Greek city-state? Androgetes exclaimed. The other generals also expressed their uneasiness. Sarasiblos once again looked at Iphicrates and said with hope, so in such a serious situation, I hope you could defeat the arrogant Sparta and boost the morale of the anti-Sparta alliance. Iphicrates felt a great responsibility, but he still said confidently, Athens will protect me. Just wait for the news of my victory. In the past 2 days, the Syracuse fleet frequently landed on the coast of Castellan's territory, attacking the people of Castellan and destroying the villages and farmlands outside the city. Chapter 460. The council had already taken action. General Gorkys led 1,000 soldiers along the coast and was constantly on guard against enemy ships. However, Castellan did not have many people in the city. They could not completely monitor the coast. The cunning Castellan sailors would often sneak into Dionia's territory from both sides of Castellan's territory. It was impossible for them to guard against them. Today, Amicals and a few other generals and council members were still holding an emergency meeting to discuss how to solve the Syracuse Navy's attack once and for all. Ask for help from Dionia's players. One of the counselors said loudly. Ask for help. Dionia can't even protect themselves now. Have you forgotten? They even wanted to recruit our sailors. Another counselor said in dissatisfaction. Just as everyone was discussing the matter, but there was nothing they could do, the guard pushed the door open in panic. Sirs, there's a passenger ship outside the port. It says that it's a messenger from Syracuse. It brings a letter from General Dionysius of Syracuse, requesting for a friendly meeting with us. As an ally of Dionia, according to the treaty, Castellan was not allowed to carry out foreign affairs activities with other city-states. Especially during wartime, they were not allowed to have one-on-one meetings with enemy countries. However, when the guard finished speaking, there was a strange silence in the hall. No one shouted angrily, "Chase the people of Syracuse out." Everyone looked at each other with a complicated expression. After a moment of silence, a counselor said carefully, "I think it's okay to meet them." Coughs and gulps could be heard in the hall, but no one spoke loudly. Chief General Amicals, who was the center of attention, had a gloomy expression on his face. At this moment, the door of the hall was pushed open again. The guard rushed in and shouted excitedly, "The Consul Devers of Dionia is back." On the first morning of the 12th month, while the Crotone was still raining and Syracuse was still troubled over their campsite, the sun was shining brightly in Turin. The citizens had swept away their worries and gathered expectantly outside the northern gate of Turin. The procession extended towards the west, including Cunigrata, Cornelis, and a bunch of Senate elders. It was not because the weather was good and everyone was in a good mood that they gathered outside the city. It was because the Archon of the Dionia Alliance, the military commander who led them to continuous victories, and the descendant of Hades who was favored by Hades, the Devers were about to return. Everyone was looking forward to their return in excitement. At this moment, a scout galloped over from the west and shouted, "Sir Devers is leading the 1st and 2nd Corps. They're still 3 miles away from here. They will be here soon." As soon as this was said, the citizens of Dionia began to get excited. Many of them could not help but follow the scout to the west, hoping to see the returning Archons and their loved ones as soon as possible. When the sun in the east had left the temptation of the sea and began to shine, the rumbling of footsteps came from the west. The first thing that appeared in the eyes of the people was the bright red flag of the Alliance. It was the only red flag in the Alliance. On the flag was an eye-catching pattern of black hair entwined with a double thigh. Next, a military flag appeared in the eyes of the people, but on top of the flag was a huge golden statue of Hades. On the black flag were eye-catching golden words, "Devers." The two flags, one red and one black, were particularly dazzling under the sun. The people began to get excited, and the oncoming troops began to play the vigorous and passionate Victory March. Following the flag were 300 Archon guards, followed by the Archon Devers. Usually, when marching, the Devers would be in the middle of the formation, so that they could understand the situation of the entire army in time. However, after knowing the actions of the citizens of Dionia in advance, in order to ensure that the army would not be hindered, he chose to walk at the front of the formation. The people surged over like a tide, and the patrolling soldiers could not stop them at all. The guards immediately formed a barrier and protected Divers, while the people surrounded him in the middle. Everyone raised their hands, as if only by touching his body would they be able to comfort their hearts that had been filled with fear during this period of time. "Sir Devers, you're finally back. We've been waiting for you for so long." "Sir Devers, do you know that? The situation of the Alliance has been terrible while you were away. Do you know, we lost to Syracuse in the battle, and we lost thousands of people." "Sir Devers, the The damned Tarantum betrayed the alliance, attacked our allies, and plundered our land. They destroyed the farmlands of Amendola. Sir Devers, we took care of the Brudi so much, but they betrayed us at our most difficult time. Please think of a way to punish these rebellious Brutians. Sir Devers, I'm from Cremissa. The foreign cavalry hired by Syracuse burned our villages and slaughtered the citizens who could not hide in the city. They're a group of man-eating beasts. When will you chase them away and give Cremissa peace and tranquility? Sir Devers, I live on the south bank of the Crati River. These few days, Syracuse's fleet often landed on the coast and raided our villages. Our village is too close to the coast, so it was plundered by Syracuse. Many of my neighbors died in the hands of the enemy. You must avenge us. The cries were filled with sincerity, like a crying child's joy at the return of a loving mother. The cries were filled with anticipation, like a child in trouble seeking help from a strict father. As the Devers listened, his expression became heavier. Tears welled up in his eyes as he said, emotionally, "People of Dionia, my brothers and sisters, follow me to the square. I will give you an answer when we reach the square." After the people heard this, they reminded each other to stop making noise and shouted in unison, "Go to the square? Follow Sir Devers to the square." Thousands of people quietened down. They no longer blocked the roads, but followed the army into the city. "This is our consul." Seeing this, Cunigarata was filled with emotion. After all, the elders had been working hard for the alliance every day, but when they encountered real difficulties, the first person they thought of and looked forward to was still the young consul in front of them. And the Devers was the only one who could calm the anxiety and anger in the hearts of the people. All the elders were overshadowed by his dazzling brilliance. From this, it seemed that it was only natural for him to be king. Cunigarata watched the Devers approach with mixed feelings. "Sir Cunigarata, Sir Cornelis, you have worked hard all this time." The Devers sat on their horses and sincerely thanked the elders. "Sir Consul, thank you for defeating the Simonians. We have been looking forward to your return." Cunigarata and the other elders respectfully returned the gesture. Under such circumstances, it was not convenient for both sides to say more, so they followed the consul into the city together. Although the Devers led the two legions to victory, it was still a time of war, and the alliance was in a precarious situation. The Senate did not hold a triumphal ceremony for them, and the Devers did not apply for it. But when they passed through the first triumphal arch, the soldiers held their heads high and straightened their chests to the stirring music. And the people gradually discovered the abnormality of the victorious army. There were more than a dozen carts in the middle of the army, loaded with spears, javelins, shields, and armor. The style was somewhat different from the Dionia army. Behind the carts, thousands of naked men were being escorted by the soldiers. Their appearance was also different from several races in the Dionia alliance. It was only then that the people, who were anxious about the current predicament and hoped that the army could protect them, suddenly remembered that the army led by Lord Divers had defeated the Samonii in the north that even the Lucanians feared and had a large number of people. So the anxiety of the people was temporarily relieved, and they began to cheer for the soldiers. The Devers rode on horseback, his mind spinning quickly. In fact, last night, when the army walked out of the mountain pass, he learned everything that happened in Dionia from the people sent by Aristyrus. Being elected as king by the people was something he had planned before he left with his team. The assassination made him realize that the safety of himself and his family was under serious threat. He needed to provide stronger protection for his family, and that was to separate himself from the people, to sanctify himself, and to become a royal family that was superior to the rest. But the Devers did not expect things to go so smoothly and so fast, and all this was thanks to their mortal enemy, Syracuse. Yes, the Devers had paid enough attention to Dionysius, but they still underestimated the tyrant of Sicily. He had made a huge plan, causing the border of Dionia to be in a constant war, scattering the relatively strong forces of the Dionia alliance, while he led the army to attack fiercely, almost pushing Dionia to the brink of despair. Whether it was to successfully sit on the throne or to save the people in danger, the Devers must quickly come up with a way to break the crisis created by Syracuse and give the people confidence. In front of them was the Victory Square. The Devers looked up at the stone pillar in the middle of the square that pointed straight to the sky. The goddess of victory on the top of the pillar was holding a sword, spreading her wings, and looking solemn. Chapter 461. The Devers even had the leisure to look at the fountain on the southwest side of the square from afar. It could be said that this fountain, which the Devers had never seen before, had played a key role in his journey to become king. The underground spring that had been dry for 5 years had suddenly regained its vitality at such a special moment. Such a miraculous event made the Devers wonder, is there really a god in this world? He could not help but look at the white Hades temple on the hill behind the northwest side of the square, standing on the platform in front of the Senate Hall, overlooking the neatly arranged 1st and 2nd legions in the square, as well as the people standing orderly on both sides of the legions. The people of Dionia remained relatively calm under the command of the patrols, even though they were eager to know the answer. The habit of obeying social order that the Dionia alliance had cultivated over the years was quite effective. The Devers sighed in his heart and shouted, "Warriors of the 1st and 2nd legions, you've traveled thousands of miles and fought against the invading Samnian people in the rocky, unfamiliar mountainous area. Facing the Samnian people who outnumber us and are much more ferocious than our former enemies, you have no fear and fought bravely. You've completely defeated them and ensured that the northwest border of the Alliance will not be threatened by the Samnian people for a long time. The Alliance should thank you. The Senate should thank you. The people should thank you too. After going through a series of battles, you should have gone home and rested, but you can't now. You should know that when we were far away in Potentia, the army of Syracuse invaded Greece and defeated the southern Italian coalition in the battle. Many soldiers of the 5th and Legio, 4 were captured, Silatina fell, Trine was captured, and Corunna surrendered. The vanguard of Syracuse has reached Esprustum and Ciudad Crotone. The horsemen they hired have already invaded the Croton plains, burning and looting our land, cruelly chopping off the heads of the women and children. Syracuse's huge fleet roamed the Ionian and Tyrrhenian seas, cutting off our trade routes, sinking our ships, blockading our ports, landing on our shores, slaughtering our people, burning our villages. Our former ally, Tarentum, betrayed us when we were in trouble. Not only did it take over our ally, Metapontum, but it is also attacking Heraclea. It even sent its soldiers to burn, kill, and loot a Mindalar in our land. Our land. Also, Senators Petteru, Cotter, and Bergam of the Senate were secretly bribed by Syracuse. Actually, there was no such thing. The 3 of them had rebelled long ago, and the Devers made Syracuse the scapegoat. During our most difficult time, they actually bewitched some of the Brutish citizens to rebel. As the Devers spoke, a commotion broke out among the soldiers who were listening attentively on the square. Many of the soldiers had learned about the situation during their journey into the city, but they did not expect the alliance to be in such a terrible state. Even the Senate senators had betrayed them. Dave's face was solemn. He shouted again, "Brothers, after such a tough battle, you should have returned home to rest and reunite with your families. But facing the countless people of the Alliance who have lost their families and homes, can you stay at home with peace of mind? No, we don't want to rest. We want to keep fighting. We'll regroup after we've defeated all the enemies." The soldiers shouted in agitation. The Devers nodded, tears welling up in his eyes as he said in a choked voice, "There's a saying that goes, only in danger will you know who the hero of the city is. You might not know this, but after Legio IV's Legion Commander Dracos lost the battle in the south, he personally brought up the rear in order to protect his comrades and retreat. In the end, he was seriously injured and captured. The evil Syracuse people tried to humiliate him under Esprustum to lower the morale of the 4th and 5th legions. For the safety of the alliance, Dracos slammed his head on the ground and died. The soldiers and citizens in the square could not believe their ears when they heard the news, especially the soldiers of the 2nd Legion, where Dracos was once the Legion commander. They shouted, "Lord Devers, is this true? Legion Commander Dracos sacrificed himself?" Legion Commander Dracos, how could such a strong guy just die like that? As the soldiers shouted, tears flowed down their cheeks. Cries could be heard in the square. The Devers wiped his tears and continued to shout. Before Legion Commander Dracos died, he shouted, "Long live the Legion of Dionysia! Avenge me!" This was his hope for us. As the Supreme Commander of the Dionia, I order all of you to not retreat until the enemies are defeated. Avenge Legion Commander Dracos. Fight to the death with the people of Syracuse. The soldiers in the square were riled up. They drew their swords and slammed their shields. Boom! Boom! A deafening roar rang out, and all the roars converged into one voice. Revenge! Avenge! Avenge! The roars from the bottom of their hearts were like rumbling thunder, condensing the anger and sorrow of the soldiers, echoing through every inch of the land that was ravaged by the enemies. Even the elders like Cunigurata and Cornelis, who stood silently in front of the Senate, could not help but shout avenge. The Devers even waved his right fist and roared with the soldiers. After a long time, the Devers retracted his fist, and the soldiers gradually regained their silence. The Devers gulped to moisten his hoarse voice and prepared to continue his speech. This time, his target was the citizens on both sides of the First and Second Legions. Citizens of Dionia, the alliance has grown from a tiny Amendola to the vast territory of Dionia. Although it has only been 4 to 5 years, we have been through many dangers and faced many threats from powerful enemies. We have united as one and finally defeated the enemies. We have overcome the difficulties and made it through. That is why Dionia is what it is today. Today, an even more powerful enemy stands in our way. Syracuse is jealous of our rapid rise and wants to kill us completely to prevent our alliance from growing into a nation that can threaten its hegemony. You have to understand that this is no longer a question of whether we will stop the war or surrender, but the key to survival is either you die or I live. Therefore, the people of Syracuse have mobilized all their forces and spent a huge amount of money and resources to launch this grand war. They want to completely destroy our alliance, occupy our land, and turn us and our children into slaves, just like how they destroyed Silatina. The Devers paused. The square was dead silent. Both the soldiers and the citizens recalled the tragic scenes described by the Devers. Their faces turned pale, and they shuddered. Citizens, Diver's voice softened a little. I know that in this war that has just begun, some of you have lost your family, some of you have lost your friends, some of you have lost your homes, some of you have lost your land, and we may lose even more in the future. However, we have no other choice. In order to prevent us and our descendants from suffering such a tragic fate, we must bravely fight against the cruel people of Syracuse to the end. As long as we unite, the citizens who have food to eat will help the hungry. The citizens who have shelter will help the citizens who have no shelter. We will help each other like a family and overcome this crisis. I, the Devers, the Consul of the Alliance, promise you that you will soon hear news of victory. After the dark night comes the light. After we overcome this crisis, the Alliance of Dionia will have a more glorious tomorrow. The Devers' final promise excited the depressed citizens. Sir Devers, we will never be slaves. We will fight with you to the end. Sir Devers, as long as you are with us, I believe that we will win. That's right, Sir Devers is blessed by God. With the blessing of Hades, we will not fail. Everyone, don't forget the oracle that Hades gave us. Just as the citizens were shouting excitedly, a voice suddenly reminded them. Pluto said, "Only when Sir Devers becomes the king can we obtain the final victory." That's right, he even used his divine power to revive the spring water to urge us to fulfill this oracle. Another voice shouted. The soldiers of the Legion were at a loss as they listened to the citizens talking excitedly on both sides. Oracle, Sir Devers becomes the king, and so on. Antonius vaguely guessed something. He looked up at the Devers on the platform in front of him. The Devers calmly looked down at the square that had become a little chaotic. Behind him, Cunigurata, Cornelius, and the other elders looked nervous. At that moment, a shocking sentence was shouted from the mouths of countless citizens. Let Sir Devers be the king. Let Sir Devers be the king. King Devers. King Devers. King Devers. Chapter 462. The Devers turned to look at Cunigrata, Cornelius, and the others as they listened to the united cheers of the crowd. The senators also looked at the Devers, and no one spoke first. However, the cheers in the square grew louder and louder. Cunigrata, Cornelius, and the others felt the entire platform shaking. At this moment, the Devers said, "This is the voice of the people of Dionia." The senators understood that this sentence meant that the Devers had no intention of rejecting the request of the people, just like how he did not reject the people's request for him to be a lifetime consul in Amendola. With a little disappointment, after a brief moment of confirmation, Cunigrata, and the other senators walked forward together. Cunigrata walked at the front. He looked at the Devers with a complicated expression and said with slight mockery, "Congratulations, Sir Devers." The Devers did not avoid his gaze and smiled. Cunigrata grabbed the right hand of the Devers and raised it high. The cheers in the square stopped abruptly. Both the people and the soldiers stared at the platform, looking forward to the arrival of that sacred moment. After the strong request and election of the people of Dionia, the Senate, after careful consideration, has decided to respond to your call and passed a new bill. Now I announce. Cunigrata looked down at the dense crowd in the square, suppressed the negative emotions in his heart, and said loudly, "The consul Devers will be the king of the city alliance of Dionia." The square was filled with thunderous cheers. Xenoparis, the captain of the First Legion, looked at Divers, who was standing on the platform with his right hand raised high. He could not help but recall the young mercenary leader who shocked the whole army 6 years ago. It only took him 6 years to become the king of the powerful city-state alliance in the Western Mediterranean from an unknown and lowly mercenary. Hades really favored this Greek too much. The two commanders of the First Legion, Antonios and Amintas, as well as the mercenaries in the First and Second Legion who had fought with the Devers from Persia until today, cheered even more wildly. They had witnessed the Devers grow from an ordinary mercenary to the king of the powerful city alliance of the Western Mediterranean. This was a miracle, and they were all proud. At this moment, most people cheered excitedly for the alliance of the Western Mediterranean Sea without worry and confusion. A few people fell into despair. The Devers' heart was also surging with emotions. He even felt like he was in a dream. The king was in his hands, just like that. He could not suppress the smile on his face. He did not even care that his hand was a little painful from Cunigrata's grip. He had successfully achieved his long-awaited goal, and he did not even allow others to vent their joy. The Devers did not allow himself to be too proud. He took a few steps forward and came to the edge of the platform, closer to the people in the square. After the cheers died down a little, he said in a loud and sincere voice, "Citizens of Dionysia, citizens of Dionia, thank you for your trust in me. We all know that the Greeks hate the monarchy because the king has supreme power, is above the law, and can oppress and humiliate the people of the city at will. But I, the king, was elected by you, and my power is given by you. So I, the king, will not ignore the laws of the alliance. I am not a high and mighty king, but a king of the people, a king who has to abide by the laws of the alliance like you. I want to make a promise with all of you here." The Devers slowly raised his right hand, palm outwards, and said very cautiously, "As the king of Dionia, I will promise to do the following. First, I must ensure the safety of the alliance's territory and people, and not be bullied and invaded by external forces. Second, I must ensure the improvement of the citizens' lives, and not let them fall into poverty. Third, I must ensure the normal operation of the alliance's laws and not interfere with the law. Even if I break the law, I will also be punished by the law. Hades above, if one day I no longer work hard to maintain any of these 3 promises, then please do not care for me anymore. And you, the people of the alliance, do not need to support me as a king. This is the promise that I, the Devers, make as a king." At this moment, the soldiers and people in the square were moved by the sincere words of the Devers. They no longer regarded electing the Devers as a kind of spiritual comfort and a way to obtain the protection of Hades. Instead, they truly accepted the fact that the Devers was a king. Long live the Devers king! The tsunami-like cheers lasted for a long time, expressing their feelings at the moment. Even Cunigarata, Cornelis, and the other senators were relieved of their worries and disappointment. The Devers still made such a promise when he had obtained the greatest power in the alliance, which was beyond their expectations. It also made them feel that perhaps their decision was not wrong. The new king of Dionia that they proposed would be the most unique king in the entire Mediterranean Sea. In the afternoon, Cunigarata and Cornelis left the city of Turii and went to the military camp in the north. The camp, which was originally empty, was now overcrowded. After the Devers was elected as the king of Dionia, he neither celebrated nor stayed to discuss the follow-up matters with the Senate. Instead, he led the 1st and 2nd legions away from the bustling and comfortable city and came to the simple and cold military camp with the reason that the current situation was tense and they should focus on military affairs. Not only did the soldiers not go home, but the Devers also did not go home to take a look, even though his mansion was not far from the Senate, and even though his beloved wife had just given birth to a child. The strong self-control and endurance of the young Devers amazed Cunigarata, who had been in politics for a long time and had seen countless people. No wonder he could achieve such a career. After getting permission from the camp guards, the two walked straight to the center of the camp. The soldiers who were chatting leisurely on both sides of the passage greeted them in a friendly manner when they saw them. After all, the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd legions were citizens of Turii and Amendola. They were very familiar with and respected the two senators who had made great contributions to the two cities. I can see that they are all very relaxed, Cornelis said as he nodded to the soldiers in return. After all, they're the strongest troops in Dionia, and they have the most powerful commander in all of Greece. If they are all nervous, the alliance will be in real danger, Cunigarata said calmly. You are right. Cornelis sighed. It is all thanks to the Devers. But it is also his fault. Cunigarata was stunned. Cornelis smiled. 6 years ago, when I was imprisoned in the temple of Zeus and prayed to the gods, I never thought that one day Amendola and the alliance would become the overlord of the Western Mediterranean, an enemy that Syracuse wants to destroy. Cornelis, who only knew how to do things, actually cracked a joke. It was clear that the return of the Devers had a great impact on everyone's morale. Cunigarata could not help but think, if the alliance really defeated Syracuse this time, what would Dionia's future development be like? Merces walked towards them, looking dejected. When he saw Cunigarata and the others, he only nodded in greeting. He was not interested in talking. Cunigarata could guess the reason for Mercy's rudeness. After the Devers returned with the army, in order to fulfill his promise to defeat the strong enemy and restore peace to Dionia, he had to gather more troops. This meant that he had to increase the investment in the national treasury and the consumption of food. How could Merces, who valued money as much as his life, be in a good mood? Even Cunigarata and Cornelis could not help but worry. Recruiting more troops to defeat the enemy was understandable. But if the war lasted for too long, what would happen to the alliance, which lacked manpower and resources? Then, the two of them saw a few weapon merchants led by Dios walking towards them. They also looked solemn, but when they saw the two elders, they still greeted them respectfully. Dios, what kind of weapons did Lord Devers ask you to make this time? Cunigarata recognized him because he was mainly responsible for the equipment change of the Dionysian army. Although a lot of the equipment was exchanged for new ones, he also made a lot of money and would continue to make money because new citizens might buy the new army's equipment from his weapon shop. But he was smart enough to donate a part of the money he earned to the public buildings of Dionia. Not only did he quickly become a citizen of Dionia, he also won the favor of many elders and the majority of the people. Because of this, Cunigarata asked casually, but Dios looked troubled. Sir, Lord Devers, King Devers asked us to keep it a secret, otherwise. He made a throat-cutting gesture, and the two elders felt a chill in their hearts. Cornelis asked hesitantly, then it must have cost a lot of money, right? Dios and the other two merchants had a bitter look on their faces. King Devers asked us to pay for it first. Hearing this, the two elders felt relieved. Fortunately, the Devers still kept a clear head and did not go all out. Seeing the two merchants leave, Cornelius reminded them hesitantly, "Lord Devers has become the king of Dionia. Should we change the way we address him?" Chapter 463. Hence, Kinagarada could only smile bitterly and say, "It's just that I've gotten used to it. I really have to be more careful in the future." Cornelius nodded in agreement. At that moment, the commercial officer Marigi and the chief priest of the Temple of Hades, Plesinus, walked towards them. Compared to the people before them, both of them had smiles on their faces. Kinagarada had always suspected that the Devers becoming king incident was caused by the two of them from the start. Is it time to reward them according to their contributions? He thought in disgust and could not help but say, "While the people of the Alliance are worried about the safety of the country, the two of you seem to be in a good mood." Marigi's smile did not change. He looked at Kinagarada playfully and lowered his voice, pretending to be mysterious as he said, "Of course I'm in a good mood, because His Majesty the Devers promised me." He purposely dragged out his words, causing Kinagarada to ask subconsciously, "Promised what?" Marigi immediately said loudly, "His Majesty promised me that the blockade of the port of Turin by the Syracuse fleet will soon be broken, and the trade of Turin port will be restored. Did you think there would be anything else?" Lord Kinagarada. Kinagarada coughed dryly and was about to change the topic to hide his embarrassment, but Cornelius had already exclaimed, "His Majesty the Devers. His Majesty the Devers is going to launch a naval war against the people of Syracuse. Of course, tomorrow morning, the Temple of Hades will divine and pray for this battle." Plesinus replied proudly. Kinagarada and Cornelius looked at each other in surprise. "Hurry up, His Majesty the King is waiting to announce the news to you," Marigi said with a smile. The two of them did not have time to bid farewell and hurried forward. "See, some people clearly know that the political situation in the Alliance is different from before, but they're still unwilling to admit it. How sad," Marigi sneered. Plesinus had always felt guilty towards Kinagarada, so he didn't want to continue on this topic. Instead, he asked, "Just now, His Majesty mentioned some suggestions on how to expand the influence of Pluto Hades and enhance the prestige of the king. There are some things that I haven't completely figured out yet. Lord Marigi, you're more familiar with Persia. Can you tell me how the royal family of Persia propagated their supreme god, Ahura in the land of the foreigners?" Marigi stroked his beard and said proudly, "You've asked the right person. I know the royal family of Persia very well. You have to know that when Cyrus established a great empire, he did not interfere with the beliefs of the foreigners, because he did not vigorously propagate the great god of Persia. He was always busy with wars, until Darius became the king. Although he claimed to have the holy blood of Cyrus and married Cyrus' daughter, he felt that the throne he inherited from the great King Cyrus was still not convincing enough to the big patriarchs of Persia. At this time, he thought of the god Ahura that the people of Persia always believed in. While Marigi was talking about the religion of Persia, Kinagarada and the others bumped into the 1st Legion's commander Antonios, 2nd Legion's commander Amintas, and former Legion's commander Capus, who had just come out of the military tent. The authority of the former Devers was divided into 3 parts, each in charge of different areas and did not interfere with the other. In fact, in the eyes of the soldiers, there did not seem to be a clear difference in the price of the former Devers. However, for the convenience of management, the Devers appointed the Devers to be 1 level higher so that they could coordinate the affairs of the Ministry of Military Affairs. Sakirian, the Navy commander. The 4 of them represented all of Dionia's military forces in Tali. Now that they had all appeared here, it seemed that Divers was really going to have a major military operation soon. Kinagarada and Cornelius looked at each other. The 4 of them were in a hurry. They only greeted the 2 of them briefly before rushing off to complete the Devers mission. "Sir Capus, you have to return the 3,000 sailors to me. Otherwise, the joint training won't be able to proceed smoothly," Sakirian urged. "Don't worry, They're all in good condition. I'm going to the south of the city now and bring the sailors stationed there back to the Claudi naval base. Capys comforted him. Sicarian was slightly relieved. Capys, you said? His Majesty wants you to go to the port and gather 7,000 men, and they have to be young and strong men who have undergone military training for more than a year. Are there that many free citizens in the port who meet these requirements? Antonios asked with concern. There shouldn't be that many, but we can go to Amendolara and Abyssinia to take a look. If there aren't enough, we can also recruit from the transport team in charge of logistics. Capys had obviously considered this problem. There are enemies everywhere in the Alliance. Our troops have been split up, and our military strength has been used to the maximum. Our territory is empty. We have to break the stalemate as soon as possible. The most important problem is to gather the troops again, Antonios said worriedly. The problem is the Devers. His Majesty wants to fight a decisive battle with Syracuse at sea. Isn't this battle too risky? Amyntas interrupted. He was still a little conflicted with the Devers' orders. Syracuse's navy has fought against Carthage for so many years. They are experienced in naval warfare, and they have more troops than us. Our fleet has only been formed not long ago, and has never been in a real battle. They dare to fight against Syracuse just because they have a wooden bridge, and they even want our soldiers to be on the ships. If they fail, they won't even have the chance to escape. This is the most elite force of Dionia. Sir Amyntas, what do you mean by just a wooden bridge? You don't know how much this thing changed the Marines' tactics. When Syracuse heard this, he immediately said with dissatisfaction, even if you have a lot of combat experience, that's only on land. You don't know anything about naval warfare, so please don't talk nonsense. Amyntas was furious. How dare you get angry at me? Why don't you take a look at your achievements? What right do you have to stand here and talk to me about naval warfare? Tomorrow, I'll show you with a victory. Syracuse retorted without showing any weakness. Stop arguing. Antonios shouted loudly. He glared at Syracuse. He did not like this young man's arrogant tone, but he was now the commander of the navy whom the Devers relied on. Look at the situation, and you're still in the mood to argue? You're making a fool of yourself in front of the soldiers. Quickly gather the troops and rush to the naval base. When His Majesty arrives and sees that we haven't started training, I'm afraid everyone will be scolded. Amyntas looked at the surrounding soldiers who were looking at them curiously. He suppressed the anger in his chest. Young man, don't just quarrel. Let's use our achievements to speak. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Syracuse said angrily. He then turned around and strode forward. He suddenly realized that quarreling with Amyntas in the army camp would be too disadvantageous for him if they got into a conflict. It was better for him to hurry back to the naval base. He was the one who had the final say there. Antonios, Amyntas, don't worry. After following the Devers for so many years, don't you understand His Majesty's commanding style? If he wasn't confident, why would he fight a decisive battle with the people of Syracuse at sea? Capys reminded them. But that was on land. None of us have experienced a battle at sea, even though we've been training with the Navy. After all, the new tactic that Syracuse mentioned has not been tested in a real battle. Who knows if it will be effective in the vast sea against a huge enemy fleet? Our soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Legions. Most importantly, even His Majesty himself has to board the warships. What if Antonios suddenly stopped speaking? He did not dare to think about the consequences of losing the battle. His worry also infected the other generals. All right, don't worry. His Majesty has the protection of Hades. He'll be fine. Let's hurry and carry out his orders, Capys said reluctantly. While the generals were quarreling, the Devers were talking to the Brutish senators, Bagalipi and Sidorum, in the main tent. Both of you came at the right time. I was just about to send someone to invite you. The Devers smiled and invited the two to sit down. Your Majesty, Sidorum and I are here to ask for forgiveness. Bagalipi stood up anxiously and said, Petru and the others have been acting strangely before the rebellion, but we did not attract any attention. In the end, they successfully escaped back to Brudi and led the people to rebel, but Your Majesty, Bagalipi, and I can assure you that only a small number of Briti people rebelled. Most of the Briti people are loyal to the Alliance. The Briti region will not have any major unrest and chaos. Sidorum continued Bagalipi's words and promised the Devers solemnly. Yes, we can swear to Amara. Bagalipi emphasized again. The Devers looked deeply at the two senators who looked slightly haggard. Obviously, the rebellion of Petaru and the other Briti senators had put them under a lot of pressure. After a while, the Devers retracted his gaze and said sincerely, "Don't worry. Although Petaru's rebellion has caused the people of other cities to have some doubts about the Briti people, I think the senators of the Senate, including me, are very clear about it." Sir Bagalipi, the 1st Brigade of the 5th Legion, which was made up of the citizens of Abyssinia, stayed behind to cover the retreat of the main force during the Battle of the Ramada River. In the end, they were either killed or captured, which ensured that most of the soldiers of the 4th and 5th Legions could retreat smoothly. Until now, the captain of the 1st Brigade, the senator of the Senate, Brim, and some of the soldiers of Abyssinia are still imprisoned in the camp of Syracuse. If such heroes are not the most loyal citizens of Dionia, who else can they be? Chapter 464. Divers could understand his feelings, so he walked over and put his hands on the old man's shoulders. He said in a low voice, "Don't worry, I will do my best to save our brave soldiers. If Dionysius dares to kill them again, then I will kill every soldier of Syracuse. Not a single one will be spared." Dionia was at a disadvantage in this war, but when the Devers said these words, the two elders felt that victory was in the hands of this young man. It was an indescribable confidence, and the uncertainty in their hearts that was caused by the previous bad situation had disappeared completely. "Sir Sidorum." The Devers turned to the other Briti elder and praised him loudly. "As far as I know, in this rebellion, other than Abyssinia, the northwest region of Briti with Vigo City as the center is the most stable. There were no abnormalities. You and Sir Saru played an important role in this. It is because of you that I do not have to worry about Petaru's rebellion. Your Majesty, you flatter us. We are citizens of the Alliance of Dionia, and it is our duty to maintain the unity of the Alliance and the stability of the region. Besides, as people of Briti, we do not want war to break out in the Briti region again." Sidorum, who is usually more sophisticated, said this with sincerity. The Devers looked at him, and before he slowly walked back to his seat, a decision was brewing in his mind. Petaru's rebellion is just a small sore on the Alliance. I have more important enemies to deal with, so I can't deal with it personally. However, this matter must be resolved as soon as possible. If it drags on, not only will it affect the lives of the people of Briti, it will also take up a lot of our strength and energy, and we will not be able to put them into the real battle against Syracuse. So, I have decided." Just as the Devers was about to speak his mind, the guard captain Rodum walked into the tent. "Your Majesty, Sir Cunigarata and Sir Cornelis are here to see you. They came at the right time. Let them in quickly." The Devers thought for a moment and knew why they came. "Yes." Rodum immediately turned around and left, not even sparing a glance at his uncle. Therefore, the Devers praised. "Rodum is now an excellent guard captain. I think he is fully capable of carrying out more important tasks." Hearing this, Bagalipi felt excited in his heart, but he still said modestly, "There is no more important task than guarding your Majesty." Devers laughed and said, "Young people need more experience. There is no future for you to always stay by my side." "Your Majesty, you must be joking." As the three of them were chatting, Cunigarata and Cornelis walked into the tent. When they saw Bagalipi and Sidorum in the tent, they were stunned for a moment before they greeted them with a smile. "My lords, you came at the right time. I have a few suggestions to discuss with you." After the Devers invited them to take a seat, they immediately went into the main topic. "Your Majesty, please speak." Cunigarata and Cornelis straightened their bodies. The rebellion caused by Petaru, Kaderk, and Bergam in the Briti region must be resolved as soon as possible. At the same time, the situation in the Briti region must be stabilized so that this region can become one of our important forces in the battle against Syracuse. Therefore, I suggest that Sidorum be appointed as the chief administrator of Cosenza. At the same time, he will also be the wartime governor of the Brity region. He will be responsible for the security of the entire Brity region, excluding Abyssinia. He will maintain the stability of the region. He will also have the administrative power of the entire region. Kinapisha and Vig will also have to obey his orders. As soon as he said that, the other 4 people were stunned. Your Majesty, you mean you want to appoint Sidorum as the governor? The kind of governor of Persia? Cornelius stammered. This is not the kind of governor of Persia, not the viceroy of Sparta. Divers was a little angry at Cornelius for making a fuss. Listen up, all of you. The wartime governor of the Brity region that I mentioned just now only has the power of security and administration. He does not have the power to collect taxes or the military. Also, this is a temporary appointment that will be cancelled after the war ends. But, Devers said sternly, during the war, I think it is very important to set it up. The Brity region is a little unstable now. No one knows what will happen in the future. Once there is a major change, the governors of the Brity region will not dare to make decisions on their own. They will need to report back to the Senate. They will not be able to formulate a targeted plan to deal with it in time. They will also not be able to gather the resources and strength of the entire region to deal with a bigger crisis. It will only lead to greater danger, and in the end, it will be out of control. With the wartime governor in charge of the affairs of the Brity region, we can deal with it in time. Your Majesty, what you said is reasonable, but Sidorum is... Cornelius wanted to say more, but Kunigra secretly pulled him and asked loudly, Your Majesty, if Sidorum becomes the governor of Cosenza, should we recall Helos? No need. Helos will be the commander of the Brity region. He will be responsible for commanding the troops and assisting the wartime governor to stabilize the situation in the Brity region. Devers had already thought about it. So that's it. After all, Kunigarada was not an ordinary person. He immediately understood the Devers' intention. As for the Devers' sudden proposal of setting up a new position with such great power, he thought it was indeed an appropriate measure to deal with the turbulent region during the war. As for letting Sidorum take the position, he also thought it was a very good proposal, even though he was wary of the mutated race in his heart. This showed the absolute trust of the Dionia Senate in the Brity region. At the same time, letting the Brity people manage the Brity region would be more acceptable to the Brity people during this sensitive period, and the Devers only let Helos control the military power of the Brity region, which made him completely relieved about the seemingly risky proposal of the Devers. Although it was said that Helos would listen to the wartime governor's command, if the governor was disloyal, who would Helos, who was loyal to the Devers, listen to? Needless to ask, Kunigarada took a deep look at the Devers. The young man often made such seemingly bold proposals, but the implementation was effective and reasonable. Such political skills made Kunigarada respect and fear the Devers. So once the Devers made a major political decision, he usually did not oppose it, including the previous matter of becoming king. Your Majesty, I agree with your proposal. Let Sidorum be the governor of Cosenza and the wartime governor of the Brity region, and at the same time, let Helos be the commander of the Brity region. Kunigarada immediately expressed his approval. At this moment, Cornelius also understood. So what if he did not agree? Now that there were not many senators in the Dionia Senate who could participate in the meeting, the Devers, 2 Brity senators, 1 Lucania senator, Marigi, Merces, Plazinas, and now Kunigarada, the Devers had already obtained more than half of the votes. Moreover, the gentle Cornelius did not want to make the Devers unhappy when he had just become king. So, he then reluctantly expressed his approval. Sidorum did not expect the Devers to give him such an important position. He was shocked and excited, so he did not take Cornelius's vigilance against him and the fact that the Devers let Helos be in charge of the army to heart. In the years since the Brity merged into the Dionia alliance, the number of Brity senators who became the Senate far exceeded the number of Lucanians. However, in terms of real power, they were much weaker. In the early days, no broody senator left Turiai to become the governor of any city in Dionia. It was not until last year that Saru was elected as the governor of the least important city in the broody region, Vigo. It was certain that the broody senators had complaints, which was also one of the reasons why Petaru and the others rebelled. However, during the sensitive period when the broody region was in turmoil and the races were suspicious, the Devers resolutely gave him such an important position. This was an affirmation of his ability and trust in him. How could he not be excited? Your Majesty, I will definitely quell the rebellion as soon as possible so that the broody can regain peace as soon as possible so that we can gather soldiers and food resources to fight against the people of Syracuse. Sidorum immediately made a promise. Do you have any good ideas to deal with the Bergam rebels who have been wandering in the mountains? The Devers asked. Sidorum knew that this was a test from the Devers, and also a chance for him to show his ability to Cunigarata and Carnellus. He thought for a while and said, "The terrain in the mountains is complicated, and it is not suitable for an army to attack. I will suggest that Lord Helos send an army to station near Lake Lala to force the rebel army of Bergam to not dare to come out of the mountains. At the same time, issue a decree that any tribe that helps Bergam or hides his whereabouts will be regarded as an accomplice. Once discovered, the entire tribe will be reduced to slaves. If the traces of the rebel army are reported in time, they will be rewarded, and the tribe that takes the initiative to fight with the Judgment Army or even capture Brim will be given the land of the Bergam tribe as a settlement. If the people of Bergam take the initiative to repent, capture Bergam, and come forward to surrender, the Alliance will forgive their betrayal. In addition, we will gather a small team of broody hunters to enter the mountains to search for the traces of the rebel army. Once found, we will keep harassing them. The mountains are sparsely populated, there is no food, and without the help of other tribes, the rebel army will soon fall into chaos due to hunger and fear." Chapter 465. Lord Sidorum is indeed the most suitable candidate. Cunigarata and Cornelius answered with more sincerity than before. Ever since Sidorum arrived in Turiai, he had been left idle. He rarely spoke up in Senate meetings, so the Greek senators did not know much about him. However, the Devers knew him very well through the information collected by the intelligence department. They knew that he had allied with the Lucania Tribal Alliance to invade Turiai, then betrayed the Lucanians who were defeated by the Devers and burned their camp. He was also the person that Pinlan, the chief of Kazensa, feared the most. However, he was the one who initiated the establishment of the broody Tribal Alliance. That was why the Devers had left him idle in the beginning. They wanted to wait until the broody region was completely stabilized before putting this capable and changeable chief of the broody tribe into an important position. They did not expect this war to happen. Bagalipi looked at Sidorum in surprise. He wanted to say, "Aren't some of the ways you are going to enact too cruel to your own people?" Sidorum noticed his expression but did not care. A few years ago, these tribes in the broody region united and fought with each other. It was only because of the harsh environment that they were forced to unite. In fact, other than his own people, he did not care much about other tribes. He was only thinking about how to deal with the broody rebellion as soon as possible and show the Devers and the Senate his ability to govern. At this time, Rodum walked into the tent again with a little panic on his face. "Your Majesty, there is a messenger from the west," he said. Rodum looked at the others in the tent and continued to walk forward. He wanted to whisper to the Devers. "West? Could it be?" The Devers were a little surprised and immediately said, "The lords are here. You don't have to hide it. Just say it. It seems like it's bad news again." "Yes, Your Majesty." Facing Cunigarata and the other's inquisitive gaze, Rodum gulped. The messenger said, 2 days ago, Laus's army attempted to attack the RA River Fortress, but they were repelled. After that, Lord Hemon confirmed that Laus Arabuma has declared his separation from the Dionia Alliance and declared war on Dionia. "What? Laus also rebelled?" Cornelius exclaimed. The other three were also a little panicked. These past few days, when it rains, it pours. Bad news came one after another. Please note that Arabuma betrayed us, but Hnepolis will never betray us, Devers said with certainty. His eyes were gleaming with a cold light. These people who are not loyal to Dionia jumped out one by one to add insult to injury when Dionia is in trouble. It's a waste of our care for them all these years. Great timing. Make use of this war to eliminate them all. The killing intent and confidence in the Devers' words lifted the spirits of the four of them. Cunigarata calmed himself down and suggested, Your Majesty, although Consul Hnepolis will not betray us, the more than 1,000 Laos warriors under him will inevitably be affected. Should we temporarily block the news and wait for the situation to stabilize before making it public? This will also be good for the people who have been troubled these days. Devers nodded. He understood the meaning behind Cunigarata's unspoken words. The people had just responded to the oracle and elected him as king. What would the people think if Laos betrayed them in the blink of an eye? You're right. Rotom, take care of the messenger. Don't let him come into contact with anyone else. When I'm done writing the order, let him return to the RA River Fortress immediately. Also, send 20 guards to take over the mountain pass. Send anyone coming from the west to the barracks and watch them. Yes, Your Majesty. Rotom turned around and left. Everyone, Arabuma's betrayal is not a big deal. With Laos's current strength, he won't be able to take down the RA River Fortress. It's not worth it to attack the strategic Vigor City. Arabuma is like a tortoise hiding in the city, waiting for Syracuse to defeat us and then reap the benefits. But that's just a dream. Devers looked at the four of them and said solemnly, Sidorum, your appointment as the governor is at the right time. Take the letter of appointment from the Senate that I've signed and go to Brudi immediately. Remind Saru to be on high alert against Laos and not to send troops easily. After suppressing Bergam's rebellion, let Helos lead the army to attack Laos. I think Bagul and Hemont are already recruiting soldiers. When the time comes, we'll attack the north and south and take down Laos. Yes, Your Majesty. Upon hearing about Laos's rebellion, Sidorum was a little worried. Although he knew that Vigor and Laos had started trading with each other due to the Dionia alliance, Vigor was still wary of Laos due to their long rivalry. After years of training, Vigor's temperament had also become calmer. He probably wouldn't attack rashly. After sending off the two Brudi senators, Devers asked, Is there anything else you need this time? Cunigarata and Cornelis looked at each other. Cunigarata said seriously, Your Majesty, you're now the king of Dionia. Therefore, do you have any requests for the current authority and political system of Dionia? After Cunigarata finished speaking, Cornelis looked at Devers nervously. Devers smiled slightly. I'm already terrified that the people can support me as king. How can I have any additional requests? I'll just operate as usual as before. Devers' words made the two senators breathe a sigh of relief. Devers glanced at the two of them and understood their, and even the entire Senate's, thoughts. In fact, his previous authority was not much different from that of a de facto king. That was the supreme military power, executive power, judicial power, and sacrificial power. Now, there was only a legal proof, and there was no need to make any major changes. But he spoke again, and the two's hearts tightened again. I've become the king, and as the symbol of the entire alliance, I will inevitably become the primary target of the alliance's enemies. I hope to increase the vigilance and protection of my family. Your Majesty, the Senate is preparing to discuss the security and rights that the alliance should provide you after you become king. I believe there will be a result soon. Cunigarata immediately answered. As the king of a powerful alliance, the treatment and standards that he enjoyed could not be too shabby. Otherwise, he would only become a laughing stock to the other forces. The Senate had already considered this issue. As long as the safety of my family is guaranteed, it's fine. Don't make it too complicated, and don't spend too much energy on it. Devers reminded, Our current focus is still on this damned war. Your Majesty, I heard that you're preparing to fight a naval battle with the people of Syracuse? Cornelis asked. I was about to tell you about this. Devers looked at the two of them and said with a serious expression, Among the enemies that we're currently facing, the biggest threat to us is the Navy of Syracuse. They attacked our coast, destroyed our farmlands, villages, and other facilities, killed our citizens, and created panic. They also forced us to station our troops along the way, scattering our forces and putting us in a very passive position. At the same time, the transportation of supplies to the southern defense line is also threatened. Even if we increase the number of guards, we still have to worry about their sneak attacks. It was said that the supply caravan had been attacked yesterday. Although the enemy had been repelled, most of the pack beasts had been injured. Other than that, we should pay more attention to Castellan. Although Castellan has the closest relationship with us among the allies, and the higher-ups of Castellan like Amicals and Gorkys are also very friendly with us, but under the deliberate harassment of the Navy of Syracuse, Castellan has also suffered great losses. If this continues, I'm afraid that the citizens of Castellan will have other ideas. Hearing this, Cunegurata and Cornelis' expressions changed. They had neglected Castellan. Its position was too important. Once it rebelled, it would cut off Dionia's territory. By then, Dionia would be in real danger. Therefore, we must immediately repel the Navy of Syracuse. We can't delay any longer, Devers said firmly. But the Navy of Syracuse is too strong. Compared to them, our warships, Cornelis stuttered worriedly. Divers laughed and stood up abruptly. He said loudly, "Back then, I had Sicilians secretly prepare for this battle. Tomorrow will be the day when the Navy of Syracuse cries." Devers' confidence strongly influenced the two, and Cunegurata also became spirited. He immediately replied, "Your Majesty, is there anything we need to prepare? The Senate will do their best for this naval battle." "All right, Madam, Master has already returned to Turiae. Can't he even come back to take a look? He only sent Hinepolis to report." Asuna complained as she supported Christoia for a stroll in the backyard garden. Christoia's expression was calm as she spoke softly. "He's the commander of the army and the protector of the entire alliance. Now that we're facing a great enemy, and he's just become king, his responsibilities are even greater. Of course, he has to set a good example for the soldiers and citizens. I'm guessing he's thinking hard about how to defeat the enemy. We just need to know that he's safe and sound. Don't you agree, Sister Agnes?" Chapter 466. Asuna bent down and spoke softly to the baby in the wheelbarrow. "You should at least come and see our little Eunice, right?" Little Eunice, who had been quiet all this while, immediately squealed when she saw someone familiar approaching her. She flailed her arms and legs, kicking away the thick woolen blanket covering her body. "Madam, look, even little Eunice is protesting," Asuna said jokingly as she covered the baby with the blanket. Only in the Devers' mansion, where they treated their servants kindly, and because Asuna was Christoia's confidant, would she dare to speak like this. Christoia looked at her daughter, her eyes shining with a gentle light. She thought of something and sighed softly. Little Crow didn't get to see his father when he was born, who asked Dionia to be constantly at war. As the three of them sighed, a cry came from the front yard. It was Little Crow. Agnes and Asuna's expressions changed, and Asuna hurriedly said, "I'll go and take a look." "There's no need. Hernie and Cynthia are here. There's nothing to worry about." As a mother, Christoia was much calmer than Agnes and Asuna. Due to the expansion of the war, Dionia constantly transferred young adults to the front lines. Many institutions in Turia had stopped operating due to a lack of manpower, and it was the same for the schools. The guards and instructors had either joined the new corps, became sailors, or joined the transport team. Although the instructors were not required to go to the battlefield due to Dionia's special laws to protect high-quality talents, they were still arranged by the city hall to go where they were needed and contribute to the war effort. For example, they became statisticians in the Ministry of Military Affairs, bookkeepers in the transport supplies. As a result, teaching in the school came to a standstill. Without the protection of the guards and instructors, the safety of the students could not be guaranteed. Hence, Ansitanos had no choice but to announce that the school would be temporarily closed. For safety's sake, Cynthia, Adoris, and Little Crow were forbidden from going out. The little fellows, who had been cooped up at home, saw their big brother Hinepolis return and excitedly pestered him to play. Hinepolis, who was still childlike, had no choice but to take them to the field in the front yard to play football. Because the children had grown up and were full of energy, the Devers simply demolished the pool in the front yard and turned it into a small field so that the children could play happily and exercise at the same time. Little Kroll, who was only 4 years old, naturally ran around excitedly with his brother and sister. He accidentally tripped and fell to the ground, crying loudly. Adoris was having fun. He said impatiently, "There's no bleeding. What's there to cry about?" Cynthia glared at him. Adoris immediately stopped talking. He had always been afraid of this sister, who was 2 years older than him. Cynthia rushed over and helped the crying Little Kroll up. She patted the dust off him and said gently, "Little Kroll, you're a brave warrior. Warriors don't cry." Little Kroll, who often learned from Adoris to be a brave warrior, immediately wiped his face and pouted. "I'm not crying," he said. "All right, let's rest for a while." Hinepolis panted heavily and sat at the side of the field. Unlike the citizens of the Alliance, who often went through military training, he spent most of his time in the academy, looking up information and practicing writing. He lacked exercise in the first place, and, as a ball snatcher, he ran back and forth with the energetic children. Soon he was exhausted. "Let me tell you a story." "What story?" asked Adoris with interest. Hinepolis was good at telling stories. He used to tell them to the children. The story of the goddess Persephone and the sea monster, the wife of Hades. "I collected this when I went to Sicily. You must have never heard of it." "I want to hear it," shouted Adoris immediately. "I want to hear it too," shouted Little Kroll even louder. Cynthia did not say anything. She quietly sat beside Hinepolis. When Aristides walked into the house, he saw the 3 children sitting around Hinepolis. They were listening attentively to his vivid story. Looking at this heartwarming scene, Aristides naturally recalled the news about Eremos' rebellion that he had just received, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The morning of the 6th of December was sunny. There were no clouds in the sky, and there was a light breeze. The Devers gathered all the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Legions in the barracks. They then led them to the foot of the mountain where the Temple of Hades was located. Many people had already gathered there, including the elders of the Senate. The Devers went up the mountain first, followed by the elders of the Senate and the 2 legion commanders. The chief priest, Plesinus, was already waiting in front of the temple. A group of people led by the Devers walked into the hell hall of the Temple of Hades with solemn expressions. The Devers looked up at the statue of Pluto, who was holding a pitchfork in his hand. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were wide open in anger. They felt a sense of familiarity. Ever since their rebirth, they had formed an indissoluble bond with Hades. Now, they were even resting with him. As long as Dionia existed, the royal family of the Devers would definitely be his family. They would worship him and receive his protection. At this thought, the Devers knelt down devoutly and said in a clear voice, "O selfless god of Hades, your kingdom of Dionia is surrounded by the flames of war and is in danger. Your descendants, the Devers themselves, are about to lead an army to fight a life-and-death battle with the people of Syracuse. We hope to receive your protection and return victorious." After that, the Devers stood up, lit an oil lamp, and respectfully placed it on the sacrificial table in the middle of the statue. Then, Plesinus led a black calf that was specially selected from the many Lucanian cows. It seemed to know its fate, but when the Devers pressed it with their left hand, it did not cry or jump. The Devers took out their short swords and touched the calf's back. They hardened their hearts and stabbed the sword into the calf. The calf whined and fell to the ground dead. The priests quickly carried it to the sacrificial table, cut open its abdomen, and took out its internal organs to check. How could the internal organs of a healthy calf be diseased? Therefore, after the divination priest carefully looked through it, he said loudly, "Auspicious sign. It's an auspicious sign." Everyone's expression relaxed, and a look of joy appeared on their faces. They chanted the hymn of Hades and watched as Plesinus solemnly offered the fresh blood food in front of the statue. Other than the Hell Hall, the Devers and the 2 legion commanders also worshipped the Temple of Heroes. Dong! Dong! 9 long and vigorous bell rings came from the mountain. Each ring was powerful, and the people and soldiers at the foot of the mountain became excited. It's an auspicious sign. It's an auspicious sign. When the Devers and the others came down from the mountain, the foot of the mountain had already become a sea of joy, as if they had already won the battle. Just as the Devers led the 1st and 2nd Legion to the military port, in the military port, Sicilian was mobilizing nearly 30,000 sailors before the battle. Brothers, you have trained hard for so long, and today, you are finally going to fight the enemy at sea. Yesterday, I was summoned by the Devers, His Majesty, to discuss the battle at sea. There were also a few Legion commanders with me. They actually dissuaded His Majesty from fighting with the people of Syracuse at sea. They said, "Our navy has just been formed. We have no experience. We are not a match for the people of Syracuse." I argued with them, but they reprimanded me, saying, "Our navy has no achievements. We are not qualified to talk to them." Sicilian's words made all the sailors angry. He took the opportunity to shout. Fortunately, the wise king of Devers said, he believes that the sailors of Dionia will fight bravely like the citizen soldiers and bring victory to the alliance. Brothers, let us not disappoint His Majesty's expectations. We will use a glorious victory to tell the proud army that we are also heroes in the hearts of the people. And with this victory, we can also be like the soldiers of the Legion and obtain citizenship faster, because most of the sailors are free citizens. We will get our allotted land faster. Brothers, for the sake of your beautiful future, let's do a good job and defeat the navy of Syracuse. Defeat the navy of Syracuse. Victory to the navy of Dionia. Victory to His Majesty the Devers. The sailors who were fired up by Sicilian's speech raised their arms and shouted. Their shouts attracted the attention of the people who had received the news and were rushing to the coast. Even the Devers who were on the way heard their shouts and could not help but laugh. The morale of the navy is very high. Although Amyntas quarreled with Sicilian yesterday, before the battle began, he threw those small disputes to the back of his mind. He said happily, "This is good. We have a higher chance of winning. Now, I order." Sicilian looked around at the sailors and took a deep breath. He shouted, "Drag the ship into the water." The sailors immediately ran to the dock where the warships they were in charge of were stored. The warships that were not used for combat were stored in the dry dock and exposed to the sun regularly, so that the maggots that caused great damage to the ships could not survive. At the same time, the rotten boards of the ships were replaced and maintained to ensure the life of the warships. Hence, the military port of Turiae was different from a commercial port. It did not have a dock, but a causeway with a certain angle was built along the river bank, and a dock was built on the causeway. After the warships entered the port, the sailors would drag the warships along the slope of the causeway into the dry dock for storage. Chapter 467. At this moment, the sailors rushed into their respective docks. Those at the front pulled the mooring ropes, while those at the back pushed with all their might. Amidst the orderly chants, the 50-meter-long triple-decker warships smoothly slid into the Kratai River like dragons entering the water, creating large splashes. In the blink of an eye, the wide Kratai River near the estuary was filled with warships, almost cutting off the river's flow. Originally, the river flowed very slowly here, but now it was even slower. The sailors tied the mooring ropes to the wooden stakes on the shore to secure the warships. Then, they put up wooden ladders and quickly boarded the warships. They began to skillfully install the Raven suspension bridge. After confirming that it was operating normally, the sailors entered the cabins through the entrance of the deck. They found their seats, took out wooden oars from the wooden troughs, extended them out of the oars, and installed them on the oars. The cabins of the triple-decker warships had 3 levels. There were 54 oarsmen at the bottom, 54 oarsmen at the middle, and 62 oarsmen at the top. As the oarsmen at the top were close to the oars, they could see the movement of the oars in the water. Thus, they were the most important. They were the leaders of the oars, leading the middle and lower oarsmen to row together. After the 170 oarsmen were in position, the boatswain paced back and forth in the cabin. He was responsible for supervising the oarsmen, maintaining the order of the oars, and boosting their morale. The helmsman walked to the stern. He was the core of the ship, controlling the rudder and the direction of the warship. Only the most experienced sailors could destroy the enemy ship in a fierce battle and protect themselves. The piper sat in the middle of the aisle near the entrance of the deck. He was responsible for receiving the captain's commands and controlling the rhythm of the oars. The captain was the commander of the entire ship and was responsible for directing the battle. In addition, there were 3 lookouts at the bow, stern, and mast. They were responsible for reporting the enemy's movements and the fleet's orders to the captain at any time. Considering that they were about to engage in a coastal battle with Syracuse, they did not hang up the sails or even bring them along. They left them in the dock to lighten the warship's load. Thus, the 10 deck sailors in charge of raising and lowering the sails and controlling the ship had one less important task. Other than picking up bows and arrows to deal with enemies approaching the ship, their more important task was to control the Raven suspension bridge to nail the approaching enemy ships. At this moment, the army led by the Devers had also entered the military port. Sequirian, Middleades, and the other naval officers hurried over to welcome them. "Your Majesty, the fleet is ready. We can depart at any time," Sequirian said excitedly after saluting the Devers. "Have you discovered the Syracuse fleet?" asked the Devers calmly. "Found it. Our clippers have reported that dozens of Syracuse warships have appeared near the coast of Castellan. It seems like they are preparing to land there. Their fleet must be nearby." Devers looked at the naval officers led by Sequirian, whose eyes were burning with passion. He smiled and said, "It seems like you can't wait any longer. What are you waiting for? Let the soldiers board the ships." "Yes," Antonios and Amintas replied in unison. Then they immediately ordered the officers behind them, "Get on the ships." Soon, all the soldiers of the 1st Legion and a few soldiers of the 2nd Legion ran to the riverbank in an orderly manner under the command of the branch captains. According to the training area yesterday, they found a 3-decker or warship that their branch was in charge of and boarded the deck in an orderly manner. At this point, the 3-decker or warship of Dionia had almost 240 people. Devers stood on the embankment and looked down at the densely packed soldiers on the riverbank. They split into thin streams of metal and surged towards the warships, dyeing the yellowish-brown river, the color of the warships, black. Devers, who had never experienced a naval battle, could not help but feel a sense of pride. He temporarily dispelled the nervousness in his heart and turned to Amintas. "After we depart, lead the remaining soldiers of the 2nd Legion to the port. Marigi has already prepared a cargo ship for you. Once you receive news of our victory, depart immediately." "Understood, Your Majesty," Amintas said with a nod. Then he looked at Satyrian and gave him a solemn military salute. Just as Satyrian was wondering why Amintas, who had just quarreled with him yesterday, would make such a move, he heard Amintas say in a deep voice, "Satyrian, His Majesty's safety is in your hands." Satyrian understood and immediately returned the same solemn military salute. "I will use my life to protect His Majesty's safety." Victory in the naval battle. Victory in the land battle. The two soldiers stared at each other. The previous conflict had vanished at this moment, and what was left was the desire to fight against a common enemy. "Let's get on the ships too. Don't let the soldiers wait too long," Devers said with a wave of his hand. "Yes." Marcius waved the military flag. The guard captain, who had basically recovered, had found the Devers the previous afternoon and insisted on going to the battlefield to kill the enemy. Hence, Devers had no choice but to let him return. "Your Majesty," Cunigarata led the elders forward with solemn expressions. They bowed to the Devers in unison. They did not say much, but the solemnity of their bow showed that they had entrusted the safety of the entire alliance to the Devers. This battle would determine the rise and fall of Dionia. Devers smiled again and said loudly, "Wait for the news of our victory." Then he led the guards down to the riverbank. At this time, the legions had basically boarded the warships, so the riverbank did not feel crowded. Sailors and soldiers from the fleet waved to greet and salute the Devers from time to time. Devers smiled in response to all of them. Finally, he arrived in front of his flagship. This was the largest three-tiered warship in the entire fleet. It was 60 meters long and 5 meters wide. It was equipped with 188 oarsmen. The bow of the ship was tilted into the water, and at the tip was a sturdy and sharp metal ram. The stern was tilted upwards like a scorpion's tail. Countless wooden oars extended from the front to the back of the hull, which looked more like the legs of a millipede. This was a luxurious warship from Ligwim, and was originally designated as the flagship by Seckley. After the Devers and 60 guards went up to the deck, a man wearing a leather helmet and a short shirt rushed to the doctor. After bowing, he said nervously, "Your Majesty, I am Miltias, the captain of this ship." Devers smiled and returned the greeting. "Miltias, it's a pleasure to fight alongside you. Your Majesty, the sailors would like to greet you, but due to their duties, they can't." Miltias made a request in a low voice. "I'm going to greet them," Devers said without hesitation. With that, he led the way to the entrance of the warship's cabin. The deck of the triple-decker was not a single piece, but two from bow to stern. There was a 1-meter-wide gap in the middle, so the cabins were not completely sealed. The oarsmen in the cabins could see the azure sky through the gap when they turned their bodies sideways. Thus, even though there were close to 200 oarsmen in the cabin, the open structure did not make them feel suffocated. When the Devers appeared in the cabin, the entire warship was in an uproar. Divers did not disappoint the enthusiasm of the oarsmen. He did not care about the narrowness of the middle and upper oarsmen's aisles. He climbed up and down tirelessly, bending down to ask each oarsman's name and shake hands with them. Although he didn't wear a helmet, he was already panting a little, but he still shouted excitedly as he stood in the middle aisle of the first floor, "Brothers, it's a pleasure to fight with you. Let's fight together and win this naval battle. Long live the King of Devers! Long live the King of Devers!" The oarsmen cheered in unison, attracting the attention of the sailors on the nearby warships. They all looked at them with envy. To be able to fight on the same ship as the King of Devers. What a great honor, these lucky fellows. At that moment, a unique naval bugle sounded from the nearby flagship of Dionia. The oarsmen stopped cheering and began to sing loudly, praising the gods. Of course, it was not for Hades, but for Poseidon, the Lord of the Sea. It was a prayer for a safe and successful voyage. In order to integrate into the Navy, Devers had spent half a day learning this ancient etiquette. At that moment, he sang loudly with the oarsmen. Captain Miltias handed him a wooden cup filled with Portuguese wine, which, of course, was not meant to be drunk. Devers held the cup solemnly and walked to the bow of the warship. They chanted the name of Poseidon and poured the wine into the river. Poseidon's song resounded along the banks of the Kratai River, lifting the spirits of the uneasy senators. Then, standing on the embankment, they saw the warships at the forefront leaving the riverbank, one after another sailing out of the naval port. "Let's go to the seaside," Kunigratas said to the other senators. No one objected. In the upcoming battle of life and death, although they could not participate in the battle personally, they had a cheer for the warriors. It was not just the senators who had this thought. Every citizen of the Dionia Alliance who could come had come. The elderly, women, children, citizens, prospective citizens, freedmen. Thousands of people gathered at the mouth of the Kratai River. Every time they saw a warship sailing out, they would cheer like a tsunami to cheer for their loved ones who were participating in the battle. "This ship, my child is on this ship. Do you see that? The one waving is my brother. He's the captain. My husband is on this ship with the 3 written on the bow. I can't see him because he's an oarsman." Chapter 468. The strict security measures implemented by Syracuse in the Navy were effective, and the people didn't know much about it. Only a few people had heard drunken sailors talk about it in taverns. I think it's called a crow. It said that it was designed by the King of Devers and can be used to defeat enemies. So, it's an invention of the King of Devers. The people who heard the answer were suddenly enlightened. They had absolute trust in the Devers, and were even more confident in their victory. They didn't ask in detail how the device could be used to defeat the people of Syracuse. Of course, even if they did ask, they wouldn't be able to explain. How do we use this strange thing? Did Father really design it? Adoris, who was sitting on the shoulder of a slave, asked Hinepolis curiously. Faced with this life and death battle, Diver's mansion could no longer maintain its usual peace. Not only did Cynthia, Adoris, and Lil Crow clamor to send Divers off, the two madams were also very tempted to do so. However, Christonia had just given birth and was weak. She also had to take care of Eunice, who needed milk at any time. Agnes's belly was getting bigger, and it was dangerous for her to move around in such a crowded place. Hence, they couldn't come. They could only ask Hinepolis to bring 4 or 5 male and female slaves to take care of the 3 children. Hinepolis, who was carrying Crow on his shoulder, looked slightly embarrassed. The Devers had never told him about the Dionia Navy. He coughed dryly and said perfunctorily, "Yes, of course." The clever Cynthia looked at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, but didn't expose him. At this time, an even louder cheer broke out among the crowd. They saw a larger, longer, and majestic warship coming from the military port. Unlike the other warships, this warship had a statue of Pluto on top of the mast, which was particularly dazzling. At the same time, there was a person standing at the bow of the ship. Unlike the other soldiers, he was wearing a shiny silver armor. Only his helmet had a unique black tassel that hung down to his back. Facing the rising sun in the east, his entire body emitted a dazzling light, like a god. The cheers of the crowd reached a peak. Yes, they recognized him because they had just pushed him onto the throne. Now, this king who was deeply loved by Hades was personally going to the battlefield to fulfill his promise. He was the one who held their faith and hope. Long live the Devers King! The cheers grew louder and louder, mixed with the screams of a few children. "Dad, you can do it! Long live Father!" Amidst the deafening sound waves, facing the sea of people on both sides of the river, Devers, of course, couldn't see his own child. He just smiled and kept waving his hand. As the warship sailed into the sea, the sky and the sea suddenly opened up, making the Devers feel small. However, the sound of paddles and flutes from the surrounding warships, which were only a few dozen meters away, enveloped him, making him realize that he was in a huge fleet. He turned his head to look at the coast, not far away. The people were following the warship along the coast, supporting the old and the young. The Devers deeply understood what they were persistently pursuing. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down, overcoming the discomfort caused by suddenly changing to the sea after being used to fighting on land. Following closely behind the Devers' warship was the flagship of the Navy commander Sicorian. Sicorian moved much more freely on the ship than the Devers. He first walked from the stern to the bow, patrolled the entire ship again, and came to the middle mast. He raised his head and shouted, "Did you find anything?" The lookout on the mast immediately replied, "General, there's no news yet." Sicorian clenched his fist. Seeing that the Devers' warship was moving a little slowly due to the large number of people, he seemed to be less anxious. He composed himself and ordered, "Let the entire fleet advance at a lower speed." The normal speed of the 3-tiered warships was about 8 knots, 15 kilometers per hour. Sicorian took into account that this was the fleet's first time at sea, and their coordination was not good enough. Moreover, the 3-tiered warships from different cities had different shapes and sizes. For example, Crotone's warship was lighter and longer, which was good for assault. Ligem's warship was wide and heavy, which was good for defense. As the main force of naval warfare, the difference in size of the 3-tiered warships would inevitably cause a difference in speed. Hence, before they met the enemy, Sicorian adopted a more cautious attitude to prevent the fleet from getting separated. For this reason, he immediately said, "Raise the flag of Apollo." Apollo was the god of the sun. Every day, the cloud chariot he drove shone with golden light. The flag of Apollo that Sicorian spoke of was actually a thin linen cloth dyed golden. It was pulled up to the main mast by a rope and fluttered in the sea breeze. The meaning of the flag was, with the ship as the center, the fleet should shrink inwards. The distance between the ships at the front, back, left, and right should be about 20 meters. This was also a cautious attitude in battle. It allowed the entire fleet to be within Sicorian's control. Woo! An extremely long bugle reverberated on the sea. The lookout on every warship could see the golden flag. Then, the entire fleet began to move inward from the outside. Every warship began to slow down and approach each other. The reduction in speed of the warships allowed the people on the shore to barely keep up with the fleet. However, the fleet was moving away from the shore. Even though the fleet was shrinking, the Dionysian fleet, which consisted of 153 tiered warships and 200 other warships, still occupied an area of 5 to 6 nautical miles. It sailed majestically towards the south. Leptinus was a little tired of the daily harassment. Deep down in his heart, he was opposed to such a brutal act of slaughtering civilians. Originally, he only wanted to use this method to lure the Dionia fleet out for a decisive battle. However, the Dionysian fleet was like a turtle in its shell, hiding in the port and refusing to come out. This made Leptinus feel powerless but powerless. On the other hand, his brother, Dionysius, increasingly valued this method of harassment. It was said that Dionysius had received some inside information from Cremissa and Esprustum. Due to the frequent attacks, Dionia's food supply to the southern front line was affected. The soldiers in these two cities were beginning to run out of rations. Therefore, Dionysius ordered Leptinus to increase the number and intensity of the attacks along the coast from Cremissa to Turin, especially Castellan. In Crotone, it had been raining and the land was muddy. Syracuse's army could not even set up camp, let alone attack the city. Since they could not attack by force for the time being, Dionysius began to think of other ideas. Yesterday, he sent messengers to Castellan in an attempt to get Castellan to side with Syracuse. He even considered letting Leptinus's fleet load up thousands of soldiers and throw them into the hinterland of Dionia to destroy the morale of the people and reduce the confidence of their allies in Dionia. At the same time, Dionysius also sent messengers to Tarentum to discuss whether to send reinforcements so that they could work together to seize Heraclea as soon as possible and invade Dionia's territory from the northeast. As the commander-in-chief of the navy, Leptinus did not have to think too much. Every day, he only needed to lead his fleet to keep a close eye on the north while the soldiers and sailors went ashore to loot to prevent a sudden attack from the Dionysian fleet. Therefore, Leptinus ordered his fleet to cruise further away from the landing point. This way, he could not see or worry about them. Just as he was taking a nap in a makeshift tent on the deck, the captain of the flagship shouted excitedly, "General! General! Good news! Good news! What good news?" Leptinus rubbed his sleepy eyes. Just now, a clipper reported that the soldiers who went ashore to loot capture a captive. He confessed their Archon Devers has returned and was elected king by the people yesterday. This new king has also promised that he will personally lead the Dionian navy in a battle and repel us. The Devers are going to lead the navy in a battle. Leptinus perked up. He did not care who Dionia would choose as king. All he cared about was that the Dionysian fleet that had been hiding in the Kratai River was finally coming out, and that it would be led by the Archon Devers that his brother had always been a little afraid of. He jumped to his feet and asked, "Where is the captive?" "The captive has been brought on board at the bow of the ship." Leptinus immediately strode to the bow of the ship and saw the seemingly timid and honest Dionia man. The captive was trembling in fear. Not only did he reveal everything he knew, but he also begged Leptinus to release him and not to sell him as a slave. Leptinus said to him in a good mood, "If what you have confessed is the truth, not only will you not be a slave, you will also be rewarded by me." The captive immediately swore loudly to the gods that what he said was the truth. Leptinus ignored him and turned to the captain and said loudly, "Send out the signal at once. Have the fleet head north. Send out all the clippers and give me a comprehensive search. Whoever finds the Dionia fleet first will be rewarded handsomely by me. Yes, General. The captain was also excited. After relaying leptinous order to the clippers that were nearing the flagship, he turned to the cabins below the deck and shouted, "Get moving, you lazy bums. Get moving. Flute player, double the speed. Double the speed." The sound of the horn and the sudden turn of the flagship and the sudden increase in speed attracted the attention of the nearby warships. They immediately made corresponding changes and quickly spread the news from the inside out. Chapter 469. For a huge fleet with nearly 300 three-decker oars and 350 other warships, it would take a lot of time for the entire fleet to complete a tactical maneuver. But the well-trained Syracuse fleet had undoubtedly shortened this time. Led by a dozen or so fast ships far ahead, the entire fleet sailed majestically towards the sea near Turii. The warship of the Dionia Division commander, Middleades, was at the forefront of the fleet, acting as the navigator. This position required the captain to not only have rich experience in sailing and naval warfare, but also to be familiar with the fleet's tactics and signals, as well as understand the purpose of the expedition and the tactics to be adopted. As the vanguard, he also had to perform bravely in naval warfare to be a role model for the warships behind him. Apart from the lack of naval warfare experience, most of the captains of the Dionysian fleet lacked naval warfare experience. Middleades performed well in other aspects. When Enanilus was sentenced to prison, the Devers had considered Middleades as the commander of the navy. At this moment, the captain was sitting under the mast, resting with his eyes closed. The lookout at the top of the mast suddenly shouted, "There's a sailboat ahead." Middleades immediately opened his eyes wide and looked up at the sea ahead. There was nothing but blue water and blue sky on the vast and boundless sea. But Middleades knew that due to the blockade by the navy of Syracuse, there was not a single merchant ship to be seen in this bustling sea. So the ship that entered the lookout's field of vision was very likely to belong to Syracuse. "The sailboat has turned south," the lookout shouted again. "There's no need to hesitate anymore. It must be the enemy. They've discovered us and are going back to report." Middleades pondered for a moment before he decisively shouted, "Blow the horn and raise the warning flag." Soon, orange strips of linen were hung on the mast. The lookout on the flagship, who had been closely watching the pilot's ship, immediately reported, "General, there's an enemy ahead." "That's great." Sicerian excitedly punched his fists together. Without hesitation, he issued the long-awaited order, "Advance at a normal speed first. Raise the star's flag and prepare for battle." A long horn sounded, and a black flag was raised to the mast. It was extremely conspicuous under the clear sky. Very soon, the flagship of the B squadrons also hung black flags one after another. The night sky was filled with stars. This was a tactical formation specially invented by the Dionia Navy based on the characteristics of the Crow suspension bridge. It required the warships of the fleet to be as scattered as the stars in the sky. In this way, the warships would attack and advance alternately like waves. Each warship had to bravely fight alone while the other warships continued to attack and provide protection. This was an orderly, chaotic battle mode. "Your Majesty, there are enemies ahead," Miltiades reported to the Devers. The Devers nodded and pretended to be calm. "Follow your orders. You don't have to report to me to avoid delaying the war." "Yes, Your Majesty." Miltiades saluted and shouted towards the gap in the deck. "Normal speed." The flute player's rhythm immediately sped up. The 188 oars on both sides of the warship slapped against the water. The helmsman at the stern turned the rudder, and the warship gradually distanced itself from the surrounding warships. "Something's wrong," an old man who was observing the movements of the fleet on the shore exclaimed. "Our fleet is changing formation." In the eyes of ordinary people, the densely packed warships on the sea did not seem to have changed. But to these old fishermen, they were keenly aware of the changes in the distance and speed of the warships. "Has the enemy been discovered? Is war about to break out?" Everyone asked at once. Their voices were filled with concern for the safety of the alliance and the safety of their loved ones. More than 10 minutes later, Syracuse's fleet, many warships. The lookout pointed ahead and shouted, The Middle-Aides were not surprised. They knew beforehand that this was a naval battle with fewer warships. The Dionian navy was at a disadvantage in terms of warships. Raise the battle flag. A blood-red flag fluttered on the mast. General, the enemy has been discovered ahead. Alert for battle. Enter battle mode. Sicorian's orders were concise. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. The urgent sound of the bugle spread from the flagship to the nearby warships, and then to the periphery. The sailors of every warship began to move. Under the instructions of the boatswain, they began to swallow the field rations that were made of oatmeal bread, wine, and olive oil. At the same time, they took turns to stand up and stretch their limbs. In fact, it had only been an hour since they had boarded the ship. They were still very energetic, and all they did was to prepare for the long and intense battle that was about to happen. In the sharp eyes of the Middle-Aides, a wooden pole rose from the distant sea. Then, more and more appeared. Soon, the silhouette of a ship appeared, and then another. In the blink of an eye, the distant horizon was filled with warships. "They're here," Middle-Aides whispered in his heart. At the same time, on the flagship of the Syracuse fleet, Leptinius received the answer he had been waiting for. "General, there's a ship in the middle of the enemy's fleet ahead. Its mast is flashing with golden light. It should be the warship with the statue of Pluto that you're looking for." The lookout shouted from the mainmast. When Leptinius heard this, he shouted excitedly, "That captive is right, Devers. The Archon Devers of Dionia is on that ship." Leptinius knew very well that Dionysius had once said that in order to conquer Dionia, it was best to eliminate the Devers first. Hence, his brother had sent assassins to carry out assassinations, but to no avail. Now a great opportunity was placed in front of him. If he could capture or kill the Devers in this naval battle, not only would his brother see him in a new light, he could also end this huge war that had almost exhausted all of Syracuse's resources. Order all subfleets to adopt the double-column tactic. He ordered decisively. "General, aren't we going to use the circumnavigation tactic?" The captain of the flagship beside him reminded him. Leptinius shook his head. "Circumnavigation is too time-consuming, and it will also disperse the fleet's momentum. When the time comes, the Devers will be frightened out of their wits by the sight of their warships sinking one after another. It'll be troublesome if they turn around and run. We have more warships than them, and our ship-handling skills are better than theirs. The Dionia Archon thinks that this naval battle will be as easy as a land battle, and he dares to attack us. I will crush them head-on and utterly destroy the Dionysian fleet, and capture that arrogant Devers." Leptinius said heroically, his outstretched right hand clenched into a fist, as if the person in his fist was the new king of Dionia. Middle-Aides stared ahead. The Syracuse fleet had completely revealed itself, and was bearing down on them like a monstrous wave. Middle-Aides was not intimidated by the Syracuse fleet's imposing aura. Instead, he smiled. The Syracuse fleet did not utilize their advantage in numbers, and did not send their subfleets to encircle and attack their flanks. That way, the Dionysian fleet would have a harder time winning, and their losses would be greater. But it was clear that His Majesty's plan of using himself as bait was working. The enemy had adopted a frontal assault tactic. At a glance, there were probably more than 10 warships stacked on top of each other, and the enemy had the advantage of having a favorable wind. There was a weak northern wind. But so what? Due to the Raven suspension bridge and the additional number of heavy infantrymen assigned to the regular 3-decker warships, a typical warship's infantrymen ranged from 0 to 10 per warship. While the Dionian fleet had 1 heavy infantryman per warship, the Dionian fleet was lacking in agility and speed. Now, the enemy did not employ circumnavigating tactics to the greatest extent, and the Dionian fleet did not rely on speed and agility to win, but close-quarters combat. Middle-Aides' confidence was boosted. He knew that even though the enemy's nearest warship was 2 miles away, once the warship picked up speed, the distance of a few miles would be covered in the blink of an eye. Attack speed. After giving the order, he turned to Xanaparis, who was resting on the deck, and said with a straight face, "Captain, The battle is about to begin. Please get ready." As the captain of the 2nd Brigade of the 1st Legion, Xanaparis' status as a senior officer was completely useless in this naval battle, because this was a battle between heavy infantry units. But he did not want to miss this important naval battle, so he chose to follow the 1st Brigade. "Inigas, you should give the order," he said to the captain. He did not want to interfere with the command of his men. "Brothers, gather up, pack up your equipment, and go down to the cabin. The warship is going to speed up." At Inigas's order, the heavy infantry sitting on the deck immediately stood up, put on their helmets, picked up their spears, and hung their short swords. They quickly formed 2 columns and went down to the bottom of the cabin through the entrance between the 2 decks. The oarsmen in the cabin did not pay any attention to the soldiers rushing in. They were focused on the speed of the flute as they moved the oars. Chapter 470. The leading oarsmen's oars changed accordingly to the sound of the flute. They pulled their arms back, leaned back, stretched their legs, and raised the oars. They pushed their arms forward, leaned forward, bent their legs, and plunged the oars into the seawater. The oarsmen let out a low roar, and the oars drew an arc in the seawater. Under the leadership of the leading oarsman, all the oarsmen rowed with all their might. Their bodies were constantly leaning forward and backward, and even the leather cushions they were sitting on were sliding back and forth due to the oarsmen's oars being smeared with oil. Roar! Roar! The low chant soon became the same sound, echoing the rhythm of the flute. 7, 8, 9, 10. The speed of the warship was increasing rapidly. Xanaparis felt as if the entire ship was about to float. The oncoming waves were getting denser and denser, hitting the bow of the ship and turning in a mist that splashed onto the deck. "Brothers, hold on to the mast and crow. Stand firm." Captain Middleades reminded the 10 sailors on the deck. He had only shouted twice when the seawater splashed onto him, and he was instantly drenched. At this time, there was no longer a need for the bugle. The increase in speed of the leading warship was a signal, and the other warships began to accelerate. Rows of oars splashed angrily. The warships cleaved through the ferocious waves, and the orderly chants of the warships were a powerful condemnation of the invaders. Faced with the ferocious Syracuse navy, everyone in the Dionysian fleet glared with eyes wide open, filled with rage, ready to fight the enemy to the death. Although the Dionia citizens on the shore could not see the entire battlefield, they were extremely nervous at the moment. Their eyes were glued to the warships of both sides rapidly approaching each other. At this moment, regardless of whether they knew each other or not, they were holding hands tightly and shouting at the top of their lungs, cheering for their loved ones. As the Daunic warships got closer, the swaying Raven suspension bridge above the bows of each warship became visible. This puzzled the sailors on Syracuse's warship. They had never seen such a strange device before, so they were very surprised. Out of disdain for the rookie navy of Dionia, most of them believed that it was the result of the Dionia people's ignorance of shipbuilding and random modifications. With this mentality, they charged even faster, and it became difficult for them to maintain their formation. However, they did not care because they believed that the warships of Dionia were already theirs. In Middleades' vision, a Syracuse 3-decker or battleship was charging towards him aggressively from the front. The bronze ram of the ship's bow pierced straight into the side of the battleship. He knew that it would be very dangerous for his warship to engage in a wide-range evasive maneuver. This was because there was another warship following closely behind the enemy ship a few dozen meters away. The enemy ship would take the opportunity to ram into the hull of his warship, which was completely exposed due to the evasive maneuver. This was the famous double-column tactic of the traditional Greek navy. But Middleades sneered. He did not need to give any instructions. The helmsman of the warship, who had undergone intensive training during this period, would make the correct response. Sure enough, during the rapid advance, the warship tilted slightly to the right and charged towards the enemy ship. Seeing the enemy ship rapidly enlarging in his eyes, Middleades shouted towards the bottom of the deck, "Retract the oars! Retract the oars!" The boatswain shouted. The oarsmen immediately pulled back their wooden oars from the oars. Due to nervousness, the process was a little chaotic. At the same time, the 10 sailors on the deck had already gathered beside the foremast. Some of them had already untied the rope tied to the Raven suspension bridge and pulled it together. The others turned the pulleys, causing the base of the Raven suspension bridge to rotate accordingly. The captain of a Syracuse battleship saw that the Dionia battleship was charging towards him. A small part of the oars on the right side of the ship was still outside the window. He was overjoyed. Even though the oars did not collide with the enemy ship's hull, breaking the oars would affect the speed of the enemy ship's oars. Just as the two warships were about to cross each other, he turned around and prepared to hide in the cabin. Because the distance between them was so close, it was the perfect time for the archers on both sides to unleash their might. At this moment, he heard a loud bang. The strange device on the bow of the Dionia battleship fell straight down and smashed onto the deck of his battleship. The entire battleship shook, and the huge impact caused the forward momentum of the battleship to slow down. Then, the captain heard a shout from the opposite side. "Brothers, it's our turn to fight." Under the startled gaze of the captain, dozens of Dionia heavy infantry in black armor emerged from the enemy's cabin and rushed towards the Syracuse battleship through the device. It was a small wooden bridge. The captain finally understood what was going on, but it was already too late. The few Syracuse sailors who rushed forward to meet the enemy were no match for the ferocious Dionia soldiers. They were either stabbed by the sharp daggers or struck into the sea by the long shields. The remaining sailors and lookouts could only raise their hands in panic when they saw the Syracuse heavy infantry charging towards them. However, the Dionia soldiers obviously had no intention of capturing them. They stabbed them to death one by one. The captain's legs turned to jelly as he slumped on the deck. One of them said, "He's the captain. We still need him to steer this battleship. It's enough to have a helmsman." As soon as another finished his sentence, a cold dagger slashed across his neck. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Two soldiers ran to the stern to capture the helmsman, while the other soldiers rushed into the cabin. The oarsmen in the cabin were already in a panic. They stood up from the leather cushions and tried to escape. The soldiers of the 1st Platoon of the 1st Legion of Dionia shouted, "Get back to your seats." At the same time, they brandished their shields and daggers and started a massacre. Even though there were more than 170 strong men in the cabin, they only wanted to escape. They were like a plate of loose sand, and their naked bodies were not protected at all. Soon, the cabin was filled with corpses and struggling injured people. The entire space was dyed red with fresh blood. The remaining oarsmen were scared out of their wits. They squatted in the narrow cabin and raised their hands. "Get back to your seats. Hurry up." At this moment, the Dionia soldiers shouted. The remaining oarsmen on the Syracuse battleship trembled and sat back on the leather cushions. Xanaparis and the platoon leader, Inus, looked at each other. There was both joy and disbelief in their eyes. This was the first time they had encountered such an easy battle and captured a 3-decker or battleship so easily. Although Thurian had repeatedly declared in previous training that the Raven suspension bridge would change the tactics of naval warfare and bring glory to Dionia. Only after experiencing this battle did Xanaparis truly understand how useful the seemingly ugly Raven suspension bridge was. This was all thanks to the genius of the King of Devers. Xanaparis sighed in his heart, but now was not the time to sing praises. He gathered his thoughts and whispered to Inus, "Bring 30 of our men back to the ship. I'll watch over here." "Captain, are 20 soldiers enough?" Inus asked, slightly worried. Xanaparis glanced contemptuously at the shivering Syracuse oarsmen. "Actually, we only need 10 men. Inus no longer tried to be modest, because they knew that the battle had only just begun. Inus quickly led the 30 soldiers to the deck, crossed the Raven suspension bridge, and returned to their own battleship. The remaining soldiers laboriously pulled out the spikes on the deck from the crow's head. The sailors on the other side tugged on the rope tied to the suspension bridge and pulled the 2-meter-wide, 12-meter-long wooden bridge with low railings on both sides back to the foremast. Only then was the Syracuse battleship able to escape. Under the threat of the Dionia soldiers' shining daggers, the Syracuse helmsman had no choice but to obey. Turn the rudder and sail to the coast, or we'll take your life. In the cabin, Xanthoparis stood on the aisle filled with corpses and blood. He led 15 fierce soldiers and roared fiercely. All of you listen up, pick up your oars, and row the ship obediently. Or else, as he spoke, Xanthoparis thrust his dagger downwards and pierced the chest of an injured oarsman who was lying on the ground. The oarsman's agonizing scream before his death echoed in the cabin. The terrified oarsman did not dare to disobey. Re-normal speed, the flutist's teeth chattered as he spoke. The battleship sailed crookedly towards the coast. Several soldiers stood at the bow, abdomen, and stern of the ship. Their striking black armor served as a warning to the other Dionia battleships to prevent them from being mistaken as enemies. Just as the Middle-Ages battleship connected to the enemy's battleship with the Raven suspension bridge, another Syracuse battleship was rapidly approaching as well. The captain and sailors did not understand why the two battleships did not separate after they collided, but instead continued to stay together. However, their rich combat experience and their habitual double-column combat coordination allowed them to make a small turn without hesitation, preparing to charge towards the central part of the Middle-Ages battleship, which was the weakest. Not far from the left of the Middle-Ages battleship, another Dionia battleship was also speeding forward. "Charge!" the captain yelled. "Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep." The flutist played the double-barreled flute without stopping.